Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our most amazing, powerful Mr. Tom Sabo.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. What an introduction. Thank you, Terry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody, before I say good morning to everyone, look at her hair. Isn't that amazing? Like that hairstyle, I just told her it's like from Wonder Woman, like a true Amazon there. Anyway, good morning, everybody. W's for the hair for Terry. So good morning, everybody. It's good to be back. Special hello, as always, to Abhishek and Nate and Trevor and, of course, Magnus and Aaron and everybody at MyFundedTV crew. It's so good to be here every day. Terry, good morning. What's happening? What is good?
Markets are moving. Oh my gosh, NQ is already down by over 220 points right now, and it keeps melting. So let's get started. I can share the schedule.
Let's see it.
So today is Thursday. You are watching Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. At 10 to 10:30, you have Pine Tree Trader. 10:30 to 11:30, you have SK. At 11:30 to 12:30, you have Husk Williams. And at 12:30 to 1:30, you have Matt Cowart. And that is the schedule for today. Oh, and we also have a very special guest coming in about 40 minutes or so. We have our special producer, Magnus. He'll be on with us to announce something exciting for you all.
Oh, actually, that's going to be awesome, guys. I can't wait. So Magnus is going to be dropping in later for a few minutes. It's going to be awesome. I can tell you that. It's going to be real great.
Yeah, and Tom and I have a special fun activity for everyone. We'll share that in a little bit here. But yeah, let's take a look at the charts, Tom.
Yeah, let's see what happens. So I hope everybody survived FOMC, like everybody's computer, keyboard, screens and everything survived the aftermath. Like it was a little bit crazy. Like overall yesterday, how much we dropped from the top. Let me just see this. Overall, it was like more than 600, almost 650 points of drop. And so far today, we're still dropping lower. I'm on the 15-minute chart. I need to switch to the 4-hour just for a second here. Because like if you zoom out on the 4-hour chart, you can see that this is quite a consolidation range on the 4-hour here. So I don't know if it's because FOMC, I don't know if it's because the war-related things, we're going to talk about that too. But I just have that feeling that the market is now trying to break out from this consolidation area. And as you see it here, we have a potential sell-side liquidity on the 4-hour chart, which is, hold on, let me put the line here. It's going to be... on the micro, I have the micro open, it's 24,212. So can we drop down there? Of course, the 4-hour does look like it just wants to drop like crazy. And it looks really heavy there. I mean, the whole situation is just bearish. But let's go back to the 5-minute and see what do we have. So on the downside, and this is going to make things easy for me, because even if I zoom out totally here, and if I go to the left, well, there is a zone here at 420. So most likely, how did I forget to put this here? So anyway, there is a 5-minute demand zone at 420. Most likely, we are going to hit that. So 420 is like 90% chance, in my opinion, that we are going to hit that level pretty soon, even before the market opened, because that's a zone there. And as for lower, I don't know. I have really no idea, because there's nothing there. So let's just go back to the present here. Yeah, so 420 definitely going to be hit. And in this case, I have no intention to go into a short. Like there you go, we're just hitting that level, almost there. So anyway, I have no intention to chase this market down because I have just no level down there. Sell side is 212. I'm not sure, guys. Maybe if we build a structure around 400 and then we start to drop again, we can target previous day Sorry, not previous day low. That's just the sell side liquidity. That's not previous day. So that's the 4-hour sell side at 212. I don't know. It can definitely do it. NQ can do it. The only plan that I have is maybe, but I don't know if it's going to do it. If maybe we're going to have a reversal. So 420 is being tagged right now, just now being tagged. I do have some levels up there. There's a zone way up there at 678 to be exact. There's a 3/4/5 minute supply zone, but it's way up there. And, you know, in the meantime, I really don't have anything special happening in between. So unfortunately, there's just really nothing to go along. I feel like it could be a potential scalping session. If I go down to the 1 minute, I will try to look for some possible bounce here on this level. So for example, this is right here. There is a supply area, actually a 1 minute supply zone. Let me give you guys the number. How did I forget to put this here? So that's at 472. 472 is a 1 minute supply zone. Maybe we can bounce all the way up there. So that's a potential scalping trade I might be looking for. And actually, in this case, maybe I would even take a short trade from that zone. So zones are actually not just good for targets, but also it could be utilized as entries. So I'd like to see the market just bounce all the way up there, but would not be surprised on the sell-off as it continues lower. So yeah, this is on NQ. And for gold, oh my gosh, gold is also tanking. Like we went down today, we were at 4,850. Oh my gosh, went all the way down to 4,550. This is quite a bit of a drop. Like gold just dropped more than $300 here, which is very unusual. So even if you trade with gold, like even with, with 1 micro or 2 micros, be extremely careful. So gold can rip off your account totally if something goes badly. Look at this recent drop here. Just before 9 a.m., we just dropped like $80 like in a few minutes. That is absolutely crazy on gold. I have I'm sorry, but really no intention to trade gold. Like this is like this is not the type of volatility I'm looking for. So who knows where it's going to stop on the 1 hour chart. Yeah, there's a sell side at 44.23. I feel like, you know, gold can go for it, but who knows? Let me see the level. Yeah, 44.24 to be exact on the micro. I have no intention. Again, I love to trade gold, but, you know, seeing this sell off, you know, just not. And of course, ES, the same situation. ES is just also keeps tanking. I'm going to switch to the 4 hour. Now, you might say that ES actually did a so-called SMT, or we can call it divergence situation. With NQ, because he has just created a low, while NQ did not go lower on the 4 hours, so did not take out the 4 hour swing low. So you might say, oh, SMT or divergence. Yeah, it could be. But, you know, even if I switch the daily chart on ES, you know, we talked about this in London session. There could be a potential shift in the whole narrative on the higher time frame. So we could be shifting into a bearish market. So don't forget that we do have some fair value gaps. Actually, not fair value gap, liquidity voids, both on NQ and ES. So for example, here, if you look at the 59.56 area on the daily, or you go lower and look at the 55.81, like we have some real big gaps down there. If the narrative is shifting on the higher time frame, not daily, weekly, and everything is just turning bearish, I think we can be prepared for those levels down there. So not a good idea right now to go long. And look at how sloppy it is. This just kind of seems like the bears are going to take over. So yeah, to summarize it back on NQ, let me go back to NQ. Okay, so maybe I could look for a potential scalp up to 472. If it keeps dropping, it's going to make it easy for me. I'm just going to sit on my hands because I don't want to chase this, guys. So be careful. But that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
I remember you warned us about crude at around like $90 a barrel. Yeah. You were like, be careful of shorting. And now we are much higher. So
yeah, it was a very crazy situation. So sorry, let me clean this up from the chart. So there was a no trade zone here earlier, and by the way, just look at how tricky crude oil is. So there was a no trade zone yesterday. I said like no way it's tradable, and it spiked higher, went lower, and it just seems like, you know, back to the middle of the range. Fundamentally, we are definitely you know, gotta be careful. I mean, this is very much related to the news, definitely for the war and everything. Hopefully there's going to be a deal, but until then, unpredictable. Crude has just became one of those markets currently that is very dangerous and unpredictable. So you know, not much to do. Wouldn't be surprised, by the way, as you know, time is against the shorts for real, because as time goes on, I can imagine that crude is going to slowly climb above the $100 price. And, you know, there are some very scary scenarios I was reading on Bloomberg and Reuters projecting way higher prices than 120 if there's not going to be a deal. I hope it's not going to be true. But like some experts are projecting way higher prices. So slow grind higher as time goes on. Be careful with crude, guys. Yeah.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that, just as far as how it impacts the price on everything.
Everything. Yeah, everything. So
yeah,
crazy. Yeah.
Crazy. All right, I can go over the news real quick.
Oh, yeah.
So at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, we had unemployment claims. It did come in at 205,000. The forecast was 215,000. That is the red folder news. Let's see, the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index and orange folder news came in at 18.1. Forecast was 8.3. And the biggest thing is the monetary policy statement from the EU, and that is coming out in about 2 minutes. I see less than 1 minute. I did see a headline. This is, I think, a very important one to share. So traders add to BOE rate bets, seeing 50% chance of 3 hikes in 2026. So that was definitely a news candle. Around 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we saw a big red news candle, and then the market right away reversed, and then it's been trading down since then. So I believe that is something that is moving the market right now.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that news candle has been so-called invalidated. So both buy side and sell side being taken out. So in this case, the way I used to see this is not valid anymore. So that candle is irrelevant. Sorry. So it's not really doing anything for us. And this is why it's like a question mark. What's it going to be? Is the market going to, you know, push it to a higher gear and the sell-off is going to continue? It does seem like it. So
yeah. Okay. So the ECB interest rates is out. ECB deposit rate actual 2%, forecast was 2%, and then interest rate actual 2.15%. The forecast was
okay,
exactly
so
that, 2.15.
they left it unchanged. So the Fed left it unchanged, EU left it unchanged. Could be a bit of a bearish situation for the market. Like, I mean, they were expecting it, so no big news there. But yeah, unemployment claims lower, manufacturing index is good. Okay, yeah, I'm just checking some numbers here as well. So overall, I wouldn't say like such bad news, like number wise, but it seems like the market is not really taking things in a bullish way right now. It just keeps going lower.
Yeah, it does. This is a lot of movement in pre-market. We're already down 230-ish points in NQ. Let's take a quick at YM. YM is down 340-ish points, trading at the lows also. And so is ES, trading at the lows, down 50 points. And the market's not open yet. 14 more minutes until the market's going to open.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone be careful today. My goodness.
Yeah. I'm gonna be watching for that 472 level. So My target is going to be, I mean, I'm not in a trade. I'm thinking to jump into a trade, by the way. Again, this is my thing. So I jumped into a long position right now. I got to check it on which account I have it on. I got to put it on the Rapid. I wanted to put it on my Rapid account. So
I'm trading the Rapid too, Tom.
Yeah, the Rapid. I love the Rapid accounts, by the way. I don't know why, but I love it. I know why. I know why. So yeah, I jumped into a long position. I don't even have a stop loss. I need to put a stop loss and a TP on this one. But yeah, I'm kind of looking for this to take that. My TP is at 70.25, and it's pushing nicely up there. But the end goal here, if we go back to that supply zone, is to look for a short. So once we're inside that supply zone, I'm going to be looking for a potential short trade there. But anyway, it's pushing nicely. There you go, TP taken. That was nice. Finally, the curse has been, what do they say when a curse goes away? Anyway, it went away.
Broken.
Yeah, it's broken.
W's for Tom. Let's
All
go.
right, let's go. And of course, before we move on, because we have so many things to talk about, I'm going to check on you guys just to make sure that everything runs smoothly here. So I'm seeing that we're having 88 likes. Thank you so much, everybody, for pushing the like. We are at 343 viewers. Thank you, everyone. This is the job. This is the daily routine. So please, if you are watching us on X or TikTok, just hop over to YouTube, just a few clicks. Let's make sure that we're going to reach the 200 likes by 10 a.m. All right, because this is how YouTube is rewarding the channel. And we're almost at 61k subs, so an extra 1k. It was really good because I think it was less than about 2 weeks ago when Luke was here on stream, and I'm just so happy that we gained 1,000 subscribers. This is a really good job, guys.
Yeah, let's go. Great job. And at 70K, Tom will do a special dance for us. Then also he'll call Luke on the phone and see what presents he can get.
At 80K, I'm going to sing for you guys.
You can sing too?
I can sing, by the way. I can sing. I'm proud of that.
That's amazing. You're a triple threat.
A triple threat. Yes, I am.
You can do it all.
Yeah.
I can share the current promos with everyone.
Yeah, let's see the promos. Yeah, let's see what's happening.
So the Rapid account that both Tom and I are trading today is $60 off using code YouTube. So instead of paying $157, you get to pay only $97. This is our daily payout plan. If you love daily payouts, if you want to get paid as quickly as possible, this is your plan. Also, let me point out this fabulous, fantastic, magnificent feature. It's 90-10 split, you guys. On a daily payout plan, 90-10 split is amazing. I just want you guys to know. I went and looked at the competitors.
Yes, and by the way, I mean, somewhat. I mean, I'm guessing that this is somewhat overlooked, guys, but it's a huge potential. So the standard in the industry is like everybody goes with the 80/20%, but like 90% can actually make quite a bit of a difference, not just in money, but in your motivation too. Like it feels so good, that 90% is really good.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have 30% off all of the pro accounts. So that's still going on using code YouTube. And then also, if you're a new trader with MyFundedFutures, we have 50% off any of the pro accounts. And also the flex sale is still going on too. And that is $49 for brand new traders with MyFundedFutures and $77 for existing traders if you would like to try the 25K flex plan. Yes.
Yeah, try it out. $49 is insanely cheap, by the way. It's so cheap, but it's almost irritating. It's so cheap, guys. I mean, at $49 to get in, you have everything and no activation fee, of course, since a long time ago, MyFundedFutures waived goodbye to activation fees. And, this is just amazing. $49, the best deal out there.
It is. And we have an exciting announcement to announce. If you guys love freebies, type in 1 if you love freebies from MyFundedFutures. I need to feel like motivated.
I don't know if they, I don't know.
Motivated by the ones. Everyone type in 1.
I don't know if they like freebies. I'm not sure. I mean, I do see one.
Really?
Oh, okay, there are the. Whoa,
Oh,
okay, we see the
yeah.
number ones.
Okay.
Okay.
So our team has put together this super fun activity for everyone to participate in. Every single day, there will be secret hidden Easter eggs throughout our social medias. And in there, there'll be some type of secret code so that you can get a special discount from MyFundedFutures to save money on your accounts. And it can be anywhere. It could be on X Shorts, it can be on Instagram, it can be on TikTok, it can be on YouTube. So make sure you guys check it out and subscribe and, follow all the channels and everything for a chance to snatch one up. And this will happen every single day for the next 2 weeks here until Easter, possibly longer. I don't know.
I hopefully until the end of time. Guys, this is like a treasure hunt. This
Yeah.
is like a treasure hunt. It's so cool. Like even we don't know where these Easter eggs are gonna be. One thing, how you can look at this, like you gotta be subscribe. I mean, make sure to subscribe to all the socials of MyFundedFutures, because who knows where it could be on Instagram, it could be on X, it could be on YouTube. Who knows? But I'm quite excited about this.
Yes, I know. I'm so excited. I'm excited to see, will it be an actual egg? Like, what
I don't know.
does
I
it
mean,
look like?
maybe some fun pictures of Luke. I don't know, but something maybe.
Bite Logic is asking, is this the same thing that Magnus is going to talk about? No, it's in addition.
Guys, actually, this is something else. Yeah, Magnus is going to come up with another special thing, so it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it will be amazing. So I pulled up, I think I can share this for a little inspiration and also to inspire myself. Okay, I think I can share this. I don't think I'm doxing myself.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not. So this is a payout that I received on the Rapid account, you guys, $8,681. The Rapid account is the daily payout account, and I absolutely love this account. And that is why Tom and I are both trading the Rapids today, and one of the many reasons why we like it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, this is the daily payouts are, it hits different, guys. I don't know. The emotions, the motivation, everything is just, we always say this, like, it's just so close to have a real cash account, although it's just a simulated account, but it feels like to have a real actual cash account once you get funded. Like daily payouts are absolutely amazing.
Yes, exactly. And this is why I love trading props, you guys, and why Tom and I are like, if you're learning, definitely trade props instead of a live account, because look at how many evaluations I can purchase with like a payout, right? Like as far as how much we risk and how much we can gain. I've shared this many times, and I truly believe this. If you can't keep a sim funded account, what makes you think you're going to do well and keep a live account? Let's be real, because once you pass that buffer, it becomes a static account. So it's the same. And I've blown many funded accounts. And so it's like, okay, I'm not ready to deposit $8,000 into a live account if I can't keep a sim funded account for months, right? And there's no rush. There's no rush. It's not like the market is only going to give us these opportunities this one day and that's it. Like it will always be there for us year after year after year. So yeah, there's no rush. Anyways, I wanted to share this with everyone because it's inspiring for me too. We just need to slow it down. It's all good.
It is inspiring, and it's so good to see like more and more traders are kind of using the Rapid accounts, and it's I don't think I'm telling any secret that it's became like basically the most popular account at MyFundedFutures, and it has to. I'm just assuming the other part is like it has to do something with the daily payout thing, because it is really amazing.
And also the daily payouts, and this is a feature that I think a lot of people aren't aware of. You can request up to $10,000 like each day. And that's different because, and at a 90-10 split, that's different because like I said, I've looked at our competitors and I'm like, this is the best one, you guys, like by far. So give it a shot and let us know how it goes.
Oh yeah, definitely. And of course, obviously we have other accounts as well. If you would like to play hardball and big ball, then go for the pro account. But those are absolutely amazing as well. I just wanted to say that the Rapid is really, really popular now. Really.
Yeah, so. It really is. We love the pro accounts too. Oh my gosh, I didn't check on the leaderboard. Maybe we'll do that later if we have time.
We will have time. And I just jumped into a small short position here. Nothing fancy, nothing special, with just one micro. It's almost like I'm testing the market if we're going to drop lower to that sell side to 200 something. Maybe I'm just gonna leave this as a runner until all the way down to 250. Who knows? But nothing. Just one micro, guys. It's not a big deal. And my TP, I think, is going to be. Hold on, I don't even know where my my entry is. Anyway, I'm gonna calculate my TP. So I'm trying to look for a 1 to 2 here. So 264 would be my take profit on this one. So quite a bit of a drop here. 260. Actually, let me put it to 65. So this is my trade. I'm looking for a drop, and we'll see how it goes. And while we are waiting for the market open, we should not forget that we are still looking for some of you guys who would like to share your stories. If you have a great story for us, even if you just got one payout yet, or, there's a form, everybody. Make sure to subscribe, fill out the form, because there's the giveaway form. Be fast, be quick. If you're not here until the end, you might lose it if you are a winner. So make sure to be here until the end of the stream.
Yes.
Segment at least. So,
you don't want to cry because you don't want free account.
Exactly. So make sure to be here. So as I was saying, if you just received your first payout and you would like to share your journey of how you've been doing so far, that is amazing as well. Make sure to apply for an interview with MyFundedTV, and we're going to put you on the stream. And of course, if you're in social media already, maybe if you don't even have a big following, you don't need to have a big following, but you feel like you have the energy and the guts to be a part of MyFundedTV, because we are expanding, we're getting bigger, better, stronger, and we're looking for like-minded individuals who might want to be part-time hosts here at MyFundedTV or regular guests. Make sure to apply for that as well, because that's part of the deal and part of the plan for this year at MyFundedTV. So make sure to fill out the form.
Yes. To join our team.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So market's about to open in 25 seconds. And so by the way, the reaction on the 1 minute supply zone was exactly the way I anticipated it. We went up there, immediate reaction from the zone. And actually, I'm waiting for it to drop like a rock, to take the elevator down. That's what I'm waiting for. So one micro, we'll see. Here comes the market open.
Here we go. Ooh,
here we go.
Short's good.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Instant drop here.
Woo!
Oh, my gosh.
It keeps going.
Oh, my gosh. I love trading, guys, on days like this. On days like this. Other days, not so much, but days like this. Oh,
Whoa.
wow. Whoa. What is going on here? Okay. All right, Tom. Keep it cool. Deep breath. Okay, I don't know. It's still dropping. I feel like it could go a little bit lower.
Amazing.
Yeah, I need to. So 426 is my entry. I can't take a partial, unfortunately. I can't take a partial because I have only one micro here. I need to see how far can I. Okay, my TP is okay there. 265 would be a good TP. So this is like a test on my end, and you might say, hey Tom, move your stop loss. And you know what, I might gonna move my stop loss. I'm gonna move my stop, but not to break even. I'm just gonna reduce my risk. So I moved my stop loss to 453, and I'm still kind of looking for the 265. It's like a deviation of 1 to 2 by ICT terms. So I was looking at the rejection on the zone, and this is a different type. It's a different strategy, but it's basically utilizing the zone as well. So it has to do with the zone. But I was looking for an immediate rejection, and we had that. And we have a very good potential sell side on the higher time frame. Usually I don't trade like this. I like to dedicate this trade to my mentor, because he was exactly trading like this back in 21. I'm not saying all the trades are winners, of course, because with a 1 to 2 risk reward ratio, you should be expecting more losses. And one more thing, he did not move his stop loss ever. So
Oh, wow.
so I moved my stop a little bit here. So I'm not going to cry if it goes back and takes me out, but I'm just still kind of curious, like how far is it gonna go down? I'm not sure. But,
It's such a beautiful trade.
Well, let's just stop the time and let's just live in this moment, because it looks good. And
Let's take a screenshot.
let's take a screenshot and just pretend that everything is fine. Actually, until it's not over. But I really love to see more of a sell-off here. So also, it reminds me, like Ash used to say all the time, I think he's also not moving his stop loss. And I do agree with that. I don't know. Yeah.
Let's talk more about that, because someone asked me for advice on the intraday trailing in the sim funded once you're in the rapid in the sim funded. And one of the things I said is trail, scalp, trail, tight stop, because you don't want to lose any of the drawdown. So do you adjust, Tom, do you adjust your trading style depending on the account?
Yes. So with intraday trailing, everybody's a little bit scared. And I don't really know why, because it's not as scary as it sounds like. You just got to go for base hits. So that's what you got to go for, base hits. Like, let's just use an example. Let's use a 50K. I think my trader weight actually frozen, or my Ninja Trader. So let's go for with a 50K example. On a 50K funded on a rapid intraday trailing, I would not go for more than like 1 to 1, 1.5 maybe risk to reward ratio. And I would encourage anyone, this is not financial advice, but to manage your risk, like move your stop a little bit. If there's a potential swing high or swing low, try to move your stop. And if you can take partials, please take partials. So it might gonna be a little bit slow grind, but it's not going to be too much. I mean, such a long time. So just go step by step, move your stop, and take partials, small trades. If you can get away with $100 or $200, take it and don't force it too much. Yes, it's going to take you maybe a couple of weeks. Yes. So I understand myself as well, that one of my problems too, that I want to get there very quick as possible, just like any one of us, right? We want to get to the payout level as quick as possible. And this is that's the point also, when our psychology, our awareness kind of like changing, and we keep forgetting that this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So it's gonna take weeks. On average, it takes me like a month, by the way, until I get a brand new funded account to a payout. It takes me about a month, and I get it. But many of you guys and many traders in social media can get a payout in just a couple of days, which is amazing, by the way. But on average, 3 to 4 weeks for me to get a payout on a brand new funded account. And it is what it is. You got to understand that it's going to take time. you know.
Yeah. And that's still fast, you guys. Like in
That's
a few
fast.
weeks, in a month, it's still fast. When you look at your drawdown and the return that we're trying to make, it is like we're trying to make 100+% return in like 2-3 days. So definitely don't be hard on yourself. It does, taking time doing it the slow way is really the best way. Like,
Exactly.
and whenever you see really big payouts quickly, know, and I'm speaking from personal experience, know that you cannot divorce the two. High reward is high risk. And what does that mean in trading props? It means the losing account. So anytime you see people with like these massive big payouts and they did it so quickly, know that they're also losing lots of accounts too, right? Tom
Yeah.
and I are always discussing, like privately, like, hey, like we want to get to Blue Row Capital. We want to be like, we have all these trading goals and we want all of you to join us. So I think Tom and I are very authentic, genuine people. Like we're not going to like hide stuff from you guys. Like we want everyone to truly be successful. So we can go slow together. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's we have all the time in the world, and and it should take time, because obviously everybody on the world would be trading if this would be possible in just a couple of weeks, or it would just take a couple of YouTube videos, then everybody would be a trader in the world. It's taking years for many people, including myself. It's taking years to understand, not just to take the payouts regularly, but just to understand how things are working here. So yeah, I restarted my Ninja Trader, and now it seems everything is good. So yeah, the trade is still on.
Well, good. Trade is still on. It is looking juicy. And Magnus will be joining us in a few minutes here, in a few minutes to maybe 10 minutes. And he has an exciting announcement for you. I know a little bit about it, but I want to learn more about it.
Well, me too. And guys, we have to say that Magnus and everybody else, Nate and Trevor and Aaron and everybody else at the MyFundedTV crew, there's lots of work going on, and Magnus is really putting in, alongside with everybody else, a lot of effort to make things run smooth in the back end, and helps us a lot. And of course, for you guys in the chat as well, and of course Abhishek, I'm absolutely grateful for keeping everybody in line in the chat. So I know sometimes the chat can go wild, especially on giveaways, but Abhishek is keeping everything in order. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we could not do this show without everyone. It would be impossible. It's definitely a team effort. Thank you so much. We're the best community, really.
We are.
I love our firm. I love our team. The best.
I don't really love my trade now, but
no.
But it seems like it's recovering. No problem with this, Terry. I'm absolutely comfortable. As I said, this is like I'm actually thinking like to dedicate this trade to my mentor. Maybe I'm going to move my stop to its original place. I'm just going to put it back to 509. And I'm kind of thinking that I'm still seeing the potential drop on the higher time frame that NQ might just gonna take the elevator either way. But like NQ can play some dirty tricks. It can go to the opening range high to 446 and spike me out at 453 and then go down. So I'm actually playing with the thought, like putting it back to where it was at 509, and I'm just going to do that, by the way. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put back, this was my original stop right there. And I want to see if it plays out or not. So at least I will have my answer. And I'm ready to give this one quite a bit of a room here. So let's see. It's one micro, guys, and this is why I'm perfectly comfortable with it. If I lose this trade, I think I'm going to lose like 100 and I don't even know, 180 bucks or something. And I just made $100 on the previous trade. So practically I'm risking about, I don't know, $90 on this. So it's absolutely okay with one trade.
Yeah. And you already booked that win earlier too. So this is the second one. And yeah, it looks good. Beautiful.
Yeah, it looks okay, and we're gonna wait. And just a quick look on gold. Yeah, not that I want to trade gold. I was just curious if gold wants to take a turn here. It's not really taking a turn. Okay, so the sell side is still at 44.24. Yeah, not really interested to do anything with this, unfortunately. I do like to trade gold, but if there's nothing, you cannot do anything with it. So gold is not really doing anything. Quick peek on ES as well. ES, wow, ES also pushing back. Yeah, ES pushing back, which seems like we're going for the opening range high here. Yeah, it seems like we're going for it on NQ. And we'll see after taking opening range high, is it going to drop or not? Because if it's not dropping, then once we close above my stop loss at 509, that could be a potential shift to be bullish. So we'll see. I think so far I did the right decision to put back my stop where it was.
Okay. We shall see. Yes.
We shall see.
We shall see. How are you doing on the likes before Magnus comes on here to share?
Oh yeah,
some
just a
more
quick check on
exciting
you guys. So you guys can hate me for it, but a quick check, 143 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. We're at 400 viewers, which is great. Thank you. A little bit more to go, 57 likes. We can do it. And we still have 18 minutes until 10 a.m. So let's push it, everyone. Let's do it.
Push before Magnus comes on. And he'll know we did a good job.
Exactly. Otherwise, let's see if the market goes and takes out my stop, and I said we could be closing above the 510. What happens then? So what would be the plan if the market decides to shift the whole narrative here? If we're shifting, we still have the weave up there at 540. I know it's very popular. You know, the 3-minute supply zone, there was one during the London session that has been taken out completely at 632. So I'm going to take that off. And then I might have to focus on 678 up there. And I'm going to have to switch on the 1-hour chart. So quite a bit of a drop, including yesterday's high. We dropped 880 points to the low, which is quite a bit of a drop here. Yeah, so 50% of that should be somewhere above 760. So even if we would put a fib tool here, which I'm not going to do because this ruler indicator is absolutely good for it. Oh my gosh, sorry. So I'm just curious, where is the 50%? Because that's the golden level, you know, 770. So we can see a potential retracement here up to 770. I don't know.
Interesting. We'll yeah, I looked at the daily. We've been in that range. It feels like forever, but we are trading towards the bottom of the range on the daily. I wonder if we can break out. I know Magnus dropped in chat wondering what our traders think if we'll break out of this range. And a lot of people voted that they do think that we'll break out of this range, like now, soon.
Yeah, that's a good question, by the way. I'm kind of wondering, like, the more time we spend here in this area, anyway, the more likely it's gonna just shift the structure. I don't know. So I see that Magnus is already in backstage. So yeah,
Magnus, everyone, please give a very warm welcome to Magnus. He has a special announcement for us.
Let's go. Magnus is here, everybody. Look at how good.
Tom said Magnus is looking.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Greetings.
Hey, Magnus. What's up?
All right. How are you, chatters? Also, how are you, Terry and Tom? I just always prioritize chat. So you'll have
feeling awesome now that you're here.
Yes, we're feeling great. How are you, Magnus?
I'm great. Thank you. So listen, I have a little bit of an announcement to make. Here's the thing, chat. How much do we give away during these streams? Does anyone know?
Say 100.
How many? A lot. I know it's a lot.
We give away a lot, right?
A lot.
And not just every day. We give away every hour. Every single hour we give away accounts.
Oh yeah, quite a lot.
So I was looking at the MFTV files, if you will, the data, and I was looking at them and reading through. And unfortunately, as much as we give, we give away accounts quickly, but chat blows the accounts just as quickly. So I was looking at the numbers, and then I was like, nah, this is not gonna work. So I had to call Luke, right? This is always the last measure. I have to call Luke. We need to figure something out. We need to help chat somehow.
I know how it is.
Lifeline, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was chatting with him, like negotiating stuff, and for this month, I will actually make a call every single month, by the way, to Luke to get something special for you. That's the first thing. But for this month, maybe Nate can share the screen. I managed to negotiate a little bit. It's not going to be anything crazy, but it's going to be something. And it's going to be low effort for you all. Okay? So we are going to give away an additional 5 50K rapid accounts. And all you need to do is fill a form on each platform. It's super quick. It takes 10 seconds. Okay? We have more, by the way, but this is the first thing. Okay? So today, it will be YouTube. Tomorrow, it's going to be Discord. Then we have Reddit next week and so on. Everything will be communicated very clearly. All right? So after the stream, I will put up a link in the comment section for a Google form. And all you need to do is to fill that out and follow the instructions. Okay? It'll be super simple. And I'm going to look at the entries. And if there are a lot of entries, I might throw in a couple bonus accounts as well. Okay? But to begin with, the baseline will be 5 extra every single day. Now, also, we have something else for chat. This is something I polled yesterday, and we have been discussing in the back end. And we do social media giveaways. Terry and Tom, you have probably seen all the graphics and everything that we do, right?
Yeah.
And I polled this, and it seems that 80% of chat prefers giveaways directly to the chat and not social media. Okay. So it is very possible that we will have some kind of method to pick chatters directly, because every single day, I have someone in the chat saying, I'm so unlucky, Magnus. Magnus, why are you rigging it? I never win. And trust me, for these Google form accounts, I don't, it's completely random. And that's variance, okay? But I hear it every single day. And somehow everyone's unlucky. But then they have a good streak. And then they're like, no, we shouldn't change this. We shouldn't change it. Right?
Yeah.
Anyways, for those of you who are unlucky, and we see you every day, and we see you participate, we might just start picking you directly from the chat. Just so you know about it, okay?
I love that idea.
For
that
now,
is good.
For today, I know a lot of you have already shared the stream, right? So we'll keep the social media for the day, right? But my main point was this graphic, all right? So every single day, please make sure to check out the social and just fill the form. It's 10 seconds. Just the instructions will be there. It's simple. You only need to be subscribed to YouTube and probably like drop a comment or let's just follow the platform. Like let's say it's TikTok or something. Okay. So that make sure you do that, because it's going to help us out. The quicker we get to 70,000, the quicker we get to see Tom dance on the couch, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we want that. And he's going to call Luke as well. Luke's going to get calls left and right. So.
For sure. Oh my gosh, this is amazing, Magnus. That's so cool.
And again, we are going to have special codes as well on the shorts. And this is, I'm not sure if this is going to be a permanent thing, but it's definitely indefinite. So we are not looking to remove that. So if you happen to see a short anywhere and you have notifications, so be sure to check that out, because there are going to be Easter eggs, even though it's not going to be Easter. Most likely. I think so, at least. And that's about it, chat. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. But before I leave, of course, I have to do something like actionable as well. So what we're going to do, chat, I want to see everyone like the stream, okay? Everyone should like the stream. And then I want you to spam the thumbs up emoji in the chat, because I am going to pick someone completely randomly for a 50K account. Right?
What?
Wow, let's
and
go.
also, as soon as Pine comes on, I will drop some winners as well. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in blindfolded, but I'm not gonna pick you if it's not a thumbs up emoji. Okay. I want to see a bunch of thumbs up emojis. Okay.
That is
And
amazing.
I'm gonna go
Let's
like
do
this. I'm gonna go like this.
it. See him?
Tom and Terry, you need to tell me when to turn.
Okay. Ready? Now? Now.
Okay.
Now.
Oh, I need to stop the chat. The winner is Keith Matthew 2381. Okay. So
Let's go. Congratulations.
Keith.
and Abhishek will get you information if you didn't already fill the form. But that's about it. I'm gonna make my way out here and drop some winners for the Google Forms as well.
Okay,
And,
awesome. So Magnus, so today it's Thursday. So on YouTube, people should look for the
Yes.
form underneath the comments of the
Yes.
video for today.
This,
And
you can screenshot this if you want to have it as a schedule, but we will definitely communicate this with you every single day. Okay, and this is for the
Love
rest
that.
of March, and then just a secret, I might have something for you in April as well, but we'll talk about it later. For now, this is the March plan. I had to come up with a quick. I actually called him yesterday, and this was all set up in one day, less than a day. Okay?
amazing.
Wow.
Again.
We love it.
Tom and Terry, thank you for a fantastic job, and everyone,
you.
Nate and Trevor as well, and of course, chat. It's always a pleasure to be here, and I wish I could tag all the regulars, but I see you. I'm here every day, so
Yeah.
thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much, Magnus.
Thank you, Magnus. You're the man, and I know you work hard on this. And thank you for supporting the community and everybody. This is amazing, amazing.
Best team,
Thank you, everyone.
best community. It's true. Thank you. And
Thank you.
maybe Tom and I can share this every day just to remind people, like this graphic. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But it will all be communicated, so don't worry about it. You won't miss it.
All right,
All right.
all right,
All right. Thank you, everyone.
all right.
Thank you,
See you,
Magnus.
Magnus. Thank you.
Thank you.
W's for Magnus, you guys. Oh my
This
gosh.
was amazing. Yeah, this was so amazing. And so keep an eye on for the socials. And yeah, forget about my trade. My trade is look like it's going to hit the stop loss.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. It's just one micro. I'm perfectly fine. I was actually hoping that the supply zone is going to hold as possible resistance here. It seems like it's going to get broken, which is as it used to happen. But it didn't go down yet to sell off to the 200s. No problem, guys. It's absolutely fine on my end. But again, let me just say how awesome it is to have the Easter eggs, to have more giveaways for the community. I love it. So thanks again, Magnus. And yeah, keep an eye on for the socials, guys.
Yeah, like all of the activities are fun activities, right?
Oh, yes.
Like the giveaways. Like, so many smart people on our team.
Yeah, yeah.
I love
so as Magnus said, it only takes a few seconds, so real easy to react and to fill out the form. So it seems like this trade is over. Thank you so much, NQ. but
Thank you.
yeah, it's no problem. The thing is, now that the market actually went higher up to, yeah, we spiked how much? Yeah, up to the 510. It seems like we're going to have up close candles, which is, by the way, absolutely all right. The distance right now to the next zone is 160 points. Absolutely doable by NQ. So, you know, maybe even later, I might even try to go for, let me just extend it to that level at 678. So who knows? But I'm going to keep an eye on it. Of course, we do have the VWAP still. There could be a potential reaction to that as well. The zone is now gone. But, you know, I really thought that we're going to take the elevator down to the 200s. But we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't. Not yet. And maybe it's possible later. I'm not sure. It's possible. I'm wondering if this is just the natural part of the consolidation that happens. But I also see headlines from ECB President Lagarde. Is it pronounced Lagarde? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Lagarde, something like that. I'm not sure.
She says any fiscal response to energy shocks should be temporary, targeted, and tailored. Let's see. The war is disrupting commodity markets, weighing on confidence. Yeah, there are a lot of headlines from the ECB right now.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of measuring here the chart again, and maybe to give a second chance to the trade, but I don't want to. Like, yeah, I don't know. This kind of tells me that we swept some relatively equal highs. I'm just thinking out loud. Then, and it might just be ready to take the real move. So we have plenty of time for that. So the real move, quote unquote, could be like the real sell-off all the way down to 200. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that too. Who knows?
Okay. I did hop into a long. I hopped into a short and it lost, and then I flipped when it took out the high for during New York. I did it with 2 micros, and one hit take profit, and then the other one is just kind of hanging out. Yeah, thank you. It's I'm hoping we go and touch VWAP. It went really close, but now it's reversing.
Yeah, it's kind of reversing, and I'm not sure that is this a trap for buyers, or is it really going to drop here? It's kind of hard to anticipate what's going to happen right now.
Yeah,
to be honest.
we did have that low within the first like 10 minutes of New York. Exactly. I'm kind of wary. Like, is this a trap of the bulls, just trapping in the bulls, or will we get like a nice fill up from the overnight gap? NQ is down by 180-ish points. Let's check on ES real quick. ES is down by about 0.5%, and then YM is down by about 0.5%. So all 3 indexes are coming off the lows.
Yeah, it seems like it. So I talked about second chances. I jumped into a short again, same trade, 1 micro. I felt like, you know, it's a kind of a different, not strategy, but strategy. Like, I'm kind of still utilizing the zone, although it has been completely broken. But something still telling me that there could be potential drop lower. I'm okay with this. If this is going to hit the stop, obviously I'm not going to hurt this account anymore today. I'm just going to switch to another one. But I wanted to make sure that I can give a proper chance to one more short. And if it just keeps grinding higher, then absolutely fine. I'm not risking basically too much on this. So maybe I'm risking like $120 on this trade. So I'm okay with this.
All right, Tom is in a long, or I mean a short. I'm in a long.
But don't worry about it, Terry. Just to reassure you, like this is a low probability. So usually this is not the kind of setup I'm aftering. But I'm just testing something. I'm going to talk about it next time. I'm kind of testing something here.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow we'll talk about, I'm going to share more because it's a bit of a test. I'm kind of forward testing something, but I will talk about it later. Yeah.
I can't wait to hear. So we have Pine Tree on deck here. Everyone, please give a very warm welcome to Pine.
Yeah, see you guys next time.
See you tomorrow. Thank you, Tom.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Good morning. Good morning. Endless Tops in the house. Trader 007. Heather, Flint. Good morning. What is happening? Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart here. We got an inside buy. Who are we going to side with? Are we going to go with Terry or Tom? Well, let's look. Let's see if we can maybe catch the break of this inside buy. Let's see here. I'm gonna wait for the break here. Let's look. 5:15. Sorry guys, I'll get right back to the chat here. I'm just might have a trade set up here. 2 micros. I'm already up on this account about $300. Let's get that scalp off that VWAP. All right, long. I'm long. Stops at 462, so quite wide, right? But so 2 micros. Risking about 226 bucks. See if we can get that little. Well, if you look at the 2 minute, it's a bit of a flag break. So we had that flag break. So let's see if we can get that pop back up. But right into it. Right into it. Come on. Let's get that pop. Let's see if we can get up to maybe get 20 points or so. Negative R&R. I hate longing or shorting into the VWAP though. I hate it. But you never know. I mean, it could just bust right through. So yeah, I'm up 300 bucks on this account. So I'm risking a little bit where I might, you know, the nice thing about this trade is that if I lose this trade, I'm still green on the day. So that's always a good position to be in. This is a MyFundedFutures Flex funded account too. We're up 1,400 bucks on day 3. So 1,400 bucks on day 3. You can withdraw up to 50%. Once you have 5 days of $100 or more. So come on, let's get up there. 44 the Punisher in the house. Digital Nukes, what is up? Guys, yeah, so anyways, what Magnus was saying is that you follow MyFundedFutures on all the socials, right? Instagram, YouTube, X, all that good stuff. And look for the Easter eggs for special codes and giveaways and things. So you guys want to make sure you're following MyFundedFutures and MyFundedFutures TV and making sure that you have those notifications set. So that way you can get those Easter eggs. Free accounts, right? Everyone loves free accounts. All right, we got some form winners here. Arizario King, Billy 3008, Johan Chernzy. The name is Freddie. Are you present? All right, we're getting a nice little move here off this. I'm getting a little greedy, perhaps. Nice 10-point move. I'm looking for at least 20. Can we get it? It's struggling here at the VWAP, like Tom says, the VWAP. Can we get up through there? Come on, NASDAQ. We got some good volatility this morning. I like that. Let's get that 20 points. Come on. It's messing with my emotions right now. Just one of these trades where you just got to be patient. Let it play out. Accept the risk. Guys, did you guys take the rule of 4 yesterday on FOMC? It was a banger. So I taught the rule of 4 yesterday on stream before the FOMC meeting, and it banged big time. We can talk about it in just a minute. So this is the very first inside bar. This is something I take just about every day, win or loss. It just provides a really easy, simple entry. And it's a very simple setup where you literally are just looking for the very first inside bar of the session. So whether it's New York or Asia, or I don't know about London. I'm usually sleeping at that time, but I'll take that bar. And it can offer some pretty good scalps. Pretty good scalps. Name is Freddie. Yes, the rule of 4 from Tom Hugard. Yeah, that's right. So I talked about it yesterday, and I showed how to do it, and it played out really, really well. So after I'm out of this trade, I will show it again. We'll look at it in hindsight, but it actually was a banger. So come on, get up through that VWAP. Tough, tough, tough. Let's get that 20 points. So I back tested this. Methodical Man's back tested this before. Something that I just observed one day is where the first inside bar, and it provided a pretty decent opportunity. He's back tested it as well, a Methodical Man, and he come up with 20 points. So I used to just kind of look for a 1-to-1 or trail my stop or something like that. And he came up with 20-point kind of set take profit. And over time, it makes pretty good money. You know, hits around 68, 70%. Sometimes it's a negative R&R. Sometimes it's not, you know, depending on the size of the candle and what time of the day it is. So, but over time, it generally makes some money. But like anything, guys, please do your own back testing and due diligence, no matter what. Right now, we are bull flagging and just rejecting off this VWAP. So let's see if it actually is going to hold. Looks like an inside bar followed by a Harami. Yeah, it kind of is, where it did reject back down in. It is a bearish, what we'd call a pin bar or something. Harami, to me, the body closes within the body of that previous candle. But yeah, this is definitely a rejection off that VWAP. So chances of this working, not that great. But you never know, right? You never know. And the thing about it, what I like about this trade is usually it works right away. So it usually works right away. And right now it's not working right away. But hey, you know, it's a system. You take it. Is it going to drop again? It might. Congratulations to the winners. What's up, K-Son? It's good to see you. How's everyone doing this week? You guys doing all right? I mean, it's Thursday. I'm doing all right. We're up pretty good on this account, this funded flex. I'm working on trying to get a payout, so hopefully we'll be able to get a payout maybe in a week. I mean, not a week, a few days. Next week, I should say. Next week, I should, if I don't screw it up too bad, I should be able to request some money out of this. Harambe, rest in peace, sweet prince. Keith Matthews, yeah. So what I'm actually, when I say what I'm talking about is the Harami. So H-A-R-A. It's in Japanese it means pregnant. So the body opens and closes within the body of that previous candle. Beautiful one trade a day setup already this morning. I hate talking things in hindsight, but here it is. I mean, last night, same thing. We had a nice, beautiful long setup off the Harami. I have a video in my long forms called the one trade a day. You guys want to check that out? It's probably one of my favorite setups, period. Of everything I trade, this is probably it. Where you basically make a sweep a high or a low. So you make a new high or a low, and that puts in this reversal candle. Some call it a pin bar. Some call it, I call it a Harami. So the body opens and closes within the body of the previous candle. Hence the name Harami, pregnant, Japanese for pregnant. And they call this the mother candle. So 830 would have been the mother candle. And then this is the Harami. And you basically just look for the long off it. Short goes down below. And then look for the push up or down, depending on which way you want to go. So I know Terry is long and Tom is short. And I am long, looking for the breakout. And right now we are not getting it. It's pulling back. And then Narendra. Come on, hold that 80 level. Let's hold the 80s. Let's hold that 80s. 24,480. It's pulling back, but not with any. Now it's starting to get some momentum to the downside. Looks like we might get stopped out on this one. Couldn't quite get that 20 points. Not yet. It's bouncing here at 470. Come on. I mean, this is a big bull flag. So if we can just hold on, it might. I mean, it could fail, but it might actually go. Right now, it's trying to fail here. we break down basically where my stop is. If we break down below there, it could be lights out. So there's the bull flag break. This is looking better. Now we just got to break up above that VWAP. Come on. Get up there. you guys probably know what streamer I'm talking about when I say get up there. Come on. There we go. There we go. Oh, come on. Oh, there it is. 20 points. Banger. W's in the chat, guys. This is why you accept your risk, right? This is why you accept your risk. The system is to put it below, right? So 20 points, negative R&R. Shout out Ike, but Forex Ike. But yeah, negative R&R, but accepting your risk and not using all my bullets. So up $403 on this funded account. $1,500 total in 4 days, or 3 or 4 days. I'm not even sure. This might be day 4. Looking for that another payout, right? So looking for another payout on MyFundedFutures, and I know that when I click this payout button, if I get there, don't count your chickens before they hatch, right? But if I get there, I know that I am going to get that payout very, very quickly. I can just breathe and relax. Pine trees in the chat, guys, for that win. Now let's talk about yesterday. This is a little hindsight trading here, but let's talk about yesterday's trade that I was teaching before the FOMC. And this is something that you guys, this is from Tom Hugard, right? This is not my strategy. This is Tom Hugard's, the GOAT, the author of The Best Loser Wins. Can you imagine if we get this guy? This guy is the man. Can you imagine if we can get him on MyFundedFutures TV? He'd probably never come on, but if he's listening, come on the show. I'll interview him, no problem. I volunteer to interview him. Anyways, so the rule of 4, right? My YM, the Dow. This is what I traded on. And basically, so the FOMC meeting or the announcement came out right here. So this was the FOMC statement. And then you just simply, it's so simple. You count a 10-minute chart. You count 1, 2, 3, 4. On that 4th bar, you take it the same way as I take my outside bars or inside bars or haramis. You simply look for the break on the opposite side. I highlighted the 4th bar right here. This is the 4th 10-minute candle. Once it closed, it triggered a short to the downside. So it triggered a short to the downside. And if you look right here, now it's kind of rare that it's actually still going. It's actually still going. But let's just take yesterday's afternoon. 300 points off that bar right there. 300 points. So this is something that he teaches. If you guys will check out, Tom Hugard's stuff, whatever, just Google the rule of 4, Tom Hugard. You'll find a bunch of information. But yeah, this is what we talked about yesterday morning, and it played out beautifully after the FOMC meeting statement. So there it is. So banger, banger, banger. Ask me if I took it. This is what when Terry and I talk about trading, Terry trades, and I'll say, I go, did you see that first inside bar this morning? And she goes, yeah. I go, she goes, it was a good one. And I'll say, well, ask me if I traded it. She goes, did you trade it? And I go, no. Because I don't know. Sometimes even with my own setups, I question myself and I just won't trade it, And so ask me if I traded the FOMC, and the answer is no, because yesterday I left the screens and then I ended up going to what did I do yesterday? Oh, I went and just had lunch, and I went to the gym and just had a full day. I did some grocery shopping at Whole Foods and that whole thing, and so I just completely missed the FOMC. Which I'm perfectly fine with because I ended yesterday green, right? Market's pushing down here. Do I really want to trade this account up $403? Not really. I don't. So if I see anything, don't hate on me, but I might just talk about it. We might just paper handed it just because I really don't want to mess up this funded at the moment. Took that nice 20 points, already up $400. I'm a big believer in taking base hits. Even on not. So here's the thing. Like when it comes to my trading, I do struggle with accounts that have no consistency. I do. I struggle with it. So I have to treat my no consistency accounts like they have consistency. So looking for $100 to $400 a day, I'm perfectly fine with that and just locking in the day. But we do have a big rejection here outside bar. I do like this. Perhaps a short to the downside if we break 60, 69, 67. Maybe I'll try it with 1 micro for the stream. And, you know, it'd be a wide stop if it does get that break. It's kind of tricky. Let's look at the 1 hour here. So we are breaking out of this big consolidation zone right at 25,000. And I noticed in the chat earlier that you guys did a poll to see whether or not we're going to break out of it. And interesting enough, it is trying to push back into it, but currently outside of this big zone. And this zone, I'm telling you, has been here since October. So October of last year. So be interesting if we do break out of it. Here's the targets that I have if we do break to the downside, potentially for an intraday swing. It would be this swing low, 24,215. And then we have this bounce from the old contract exactly at 24,000. Exactly. And then if you go to the old contract, we bounced off this and then rallied over 1,000 points. So right off that 24,000. So it'd be interesting if we go down and check this area. We did just sweep this low earlier. So we swept that low and on the hourly. And then we do have this unchecked low down here at 24,216. So it's very interesting spot. It's like, do we actually hold this level and continue to bounce back into this range like we have for the past few months? Or do we actually start to break down? It seems like with all the news and the turmoil that's been going on, it's like that the market's going to have a reaction. I just don't know when, you know. So I am short 1 micro. 1 micro, guys, off this outside bar. Let's see if we get a nice move. So we made a new high, swept above that VWAP, rejected, put it in this big outside bar in a 5-minute chart. And I'm looking to see if we can get a pretty big move. So a very wide stop, 1 micro. I'm going to take this trade. There we go. This is already the flush down. Breaking this outside bar. Could we get some continuation? What is my target going to be? So I know where my stop's going to be, right? But I usually don't know where my target's going to be. So, you know, maybe we go back down and test that 420 level. Maybe we actually can push down to the low, you know. Let's give it a little room. Let's give it a little runner. We're risking just with 1 micro. Hopefully we don't just sit here and bear flag. That'd be nasty. Let's see if now the NQ broke to the downside is 2. Yeah, it did. So good. So when I chart off the mini, and I'll trade off the micro, but I usually always chart off the mini. So basically risking that last trade with the 1 micro. And what I'll do is if it starts to move in my direction, so this is, like I said, it's very wide stop because these outside bars tend to be very wide. But if it starts to move in my direction with any momentum, I'm just going to trail my stop so that way I can, you know, take off some risk, right? iTrades in the house. Any questions from you guys? Feel free to ask in the chat. Guys, 50K rapid plans, $97. Use code YouTube. Rapid plans, get those daily payouts. Vanessa in the house. What's up, Vanessa? All right, so back at my entry here. This is not going to be a scalp, but this is already 10 points in the money. Just trying to get some money. Come on, get down there. There we go. There's 20 points right there. Another 20 points. Let's trail the stop. Let's trail the stop. Let's lock into 20 points. Starting to trail here. Bang. Another 20-point banger. No one does it better than MyFundedFutures TV. Come on. Come on. 40 points. 40 points in 20 minutes. Come on. I'm just kidding. How did I choose my name? So I'm from the state of Maine. I'm born and raised state of Maine. They call it the Pine Tree State. So yeah, we call it the Pine Tree State. And this is the original old school Maine state flag that's on my hat. So it's easy to buy merch. It's easy to buy Pine Tree Trader merch. You just type in the Maine state flag, the old school one, and that pops up, right? All right, here's the big flush here. So love this type of price action where you're getting you're able to get both sides of the coin, right? So you have the Harami candle. You take a long. We took a little scalp off the inside bar, took to 20 points, and boy, it did not give us any more. So 20 points was where it's at. Then taking the short back off the outside bar for another 20 points. So the back and forth, the big M's, the big W's, that's the type of price action I like. I like seeing bulls and bears to be able to win as a day trader. That's the type of price action I like. So this is good market movement. Right now, let's see if the market gets kabooshed, right? So I'm getting primed up for SK coming up a little bit later here in about 6 minutes. Market, we'll see if the market gets kabooshed. Rip the dip. Thank you, Shahid. What's the difference between a, oh, I see your, what's the difference between a Harami and an inside bar? Well, good question. Technically, a inside bar can be a Harami. I just like, so I define Harami candles when they sweep or make, they sweep the high or the low of that previous candle before the bar opens and closes. The body of the bar opens and closes within that previous candle. Now the inside bar, the body and the wicks close within the body of that previous candle. And guys, I want to talk about something else real quick before I get a little short. I'm looking at this little scalping technique. I'm always looking for new things, but last night on my stream, we ended up seeing this little indicator. Someone wanted me to show them how to find the indicators on Tradeovate, and I ended up popping on this indicator kind of by mistake called FVG by Vinay. And so I popped it on and I threw it on a 2-minute chart and I started looking at it. And it throws on these lines for fair value gaps. I don't know how it works or what. Could just be random. I don't know. This is something I'm going to be practicing on my stream tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern time, if you guys want to join me. Because I've noticed that once it puts these lines, it creates these really nice support and rejection points. And so you can see right now, it's bouncing off this line right now. So just a simple little dumb indicator on a 2-minute NQ chart. I actually made a beautiful trade on it last night. I posted it on my Discord on this account where I took and made $200 off of bounce of one of these levels. And so this is something I'm going to be trading tonight just to forward test, right? I'll be trading on an eval just to forward test and just kind of look for the little scalping things off the 2-minute chart. So just something interesting that I found, or that we found together last night in my community, my little pine cones. we ended up finding this. I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Look, it was bouncing again. Right. So it's like the fair value gaps, creating those supports and the resistance and all that stuff we all know. So I can officially say I'm an ICT trader, right? So I can put it in my descriptions now that I'm officially an ICT trader because I have a FVG indicator on my, and yeah, I'm on the verge of making millions now. So I'm very excited. I'm going to be making millions now. I have FVG indicator on there. So it's very, very exciting. And I'm just kidding, guys. And you know, if you guys know me and you guys follow my stream, I don't care what you guys trade. ICT, you trade with SK, you trade with inside bars, you trade, you know, the idiot boxes. It doesn't really matter. It's about keeping your proper risk management and keeping your daily loss limits and not using all your bullets in one trade, right? So, guys, forums in the chat. Forums in the chat. Get it in. Get it in. Good luck, everyone. Get it in. All right, market is still getting pushed down here, 24,000. Let's take a look at gold. Here's what gold's up to. Yeah, gold pushing down at the moment, but it's not looking too exciting. Let's look at oil real quick. Oil sitting right around that VWAP. So oil surprisingly pretty flat. Who knows if there's any headlines going to pop up like it did last night and then just shake the market up. You can see that oil can have any sort of headline. Very, very tricky to trade sometimes. Don't be afraid of it. You know, obviously, just use proper risk management. But, you know, it could be a little tricky where you get a headline, it'll just pop up, you know, but it could be like that with any market, right? Be like that with any market. So just to recap the trades, guys, I have all this stuff on my channel. You can find me at Pine Tree Trader. Or just watch me trade every single morning and we'll talk about this. I mean, I'll trade what I try to preach and teach. And, you know, and here's the first one trade we took. We took the inside bar long, stop goes below, took 20 points. And then we took the short off the outside bar, which the outside bars are very powerful, but they are very wide stops generally. So very wide stop. And then we took that down for another 20 points. So very, very, very nice trades there. So nice 40 points, up $445 on this funded account. Going to get some of that MyFundedFutures payout money. That's what we're going to go for. And I have 1 minute left. So if you guys got a question, throw it in the chat real quick. Let's go. Come on. Guys, I'll be back here tomorrow. All right, I'll be back here tomorrow. And 10 a.m. Eastern time. So for another a jam-packed 30 minutes. Do me a favor, smash that like button. And we're also looking for people for part-time hosts, guests, whatever. So fill out those forms. We're looking for those guests. And like I said, guys, look for those MyFundedFutures Easter eggs on all the socials, right? So make sure you follow MyFundedFutures, MyFundedFutures TV on all the socials and hit those notification bells, right? And let's see. Thanks, Adam, Daz, and Dynamike. I see a lot of my fans in the house. Appreciate all of you guys. Anyone still holding the shorts? I don't know. But we got SK coming up right now. So I'll see you guys later. And peace, guys. We'll see you tomorrow or tonight. Later.
Hey, everybody. What's going on? All I can say, it's Christmas in March. What a short 10-20 time period. We got the long early in the morning, waited for the push up. The real strategy here, I mean, gold was amazing at 10.15, ticked at 640, 650, just dropped 55, 60 points just now on gold. I'm telling you, this is what you live for. We had a perfect bear flag on gold and silver on the 15-minute time frames. And look at this. This is a set strategy here. You ready? Okay. If you want to take a scalp long on the S&Ps, you got to go wide, like 15.5 to 23.5. All right. Okay. So here, this is the set strategy. Ready? And I gave this to a monster fund. The 60-minute reverse to sell right here, correlating with the 30 and 60-minute time frames. We caught the longs here. We waited for a push up. This is the first short here. Got cabooshed here. You can see Q's 591 dropped. NASDAQ dropped about 50 on that. And then this is the pattern right here between here and here. So this is the first bounce on the 5-minute time frame right here. You can see. And then we got this great short here. I said between 10 and 10.20, hopefully 10.20. 10.15 is good enough for me. 592, 37, kabooshed. Look at that. NASDAQ dropped north of 100 points there. That's an absolute pattern. Picasso, Picasso, Picasso. All right. And if you look at the GLDs here, you can see the GLDs. We gap down, the negative MACDs, ADXs are rising. Wow, look at the S&Ps, 23 to 36. See that? Damn. Okay, and then if you look here on the 30-minute time frame, right here, you can see this monster bear flag. This way, right here, look at the GLDs on the 15. Boom. You see that? Okay. As soon as I walked in, I said, look to buy them. 23.5, but I don't know, never got there. But look at then this is the bear flag on the 5-minute. Here's the first short, and here's the second short. 426 on the GLDs. You can see the monster drop, 60 points. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable day. So basically what we did was when the spiders and S&P futures were trading here, okay, this is the first short. This is the second short right here. What we got, right? Made a new high, right? Overbought, first bounce, and they got absolutely slaughtered. Absolutely slaughtered. Okay? This is why I teach the methodology. Okay? Okay? This is why I teach my methodology every single day to everybody. Okay? Now, again, all my strategies are based upon divergences here. Is anybody new here? Gabriel Trades, we absolutely slaughtered it today. I can't even tell you how many big lots of gold today when gold was trading right here. I can't even tell you how many big lots. First of all, I had the long here. I called this monster bear flag above 85. And I'm telling you, my community jumped all over it on this monster bear flag right here. And look what it did. It dropped 83 points here. Oh my God, the S&P just ran 17. Okay, I don't know what the hell they're buying here, but I don't know. Anyway, you see that right there? This is a monster bear flag. Then I caught this long here a little early. I was like around 418, 420. Then when it got to 05, I said I'm backing up the truck. I can't even tell you how many big ones here based upon the shares, right? Then it pushed up here. Caught this short here, dropped, and then caught this short, caught this short, caught this short. Once the MACDs turned positive, I waited for the opening right here. Okay, I mean the bigger push up here. Oh my God, 20 handles on the S&P. Are you kidding me? This is a double red short. I would take a scalp short here, 44.5. Well, where am I here? 46 up to 55 on the S&P. NASDAQ 20 up to 65. Okay. I don't know. Something might have just come out, but I think it's a short. Okay. Negative MACDs here. Oh my God. Let's go, baby. Hit the like buttons. All right. And then gold just ran 30. I mean, gold just ran 27 here. All right. Again, scalp. You got to go wide on the ranges here. You got to go wide on the ranges. No more sitting down here. Enough. Oh, God. Got a pencil up here. Now, you know, the thing is, you got the 10-year bond right now. The 10-year bond, okay, just rallied a half a point off the low. But the 10 years, is yielding, okay, about 4.28%. Not good. Not good. Not good here. Okay. S&Ps, you could cover any shorts here between 43.5 and 48.5 if you're short. NASDAQ anywhere between the 10 to 25 range. Okay. Gold just rallied here. Oof, I'm exhausted. Oh my God. What a day. I just want people to get payouts here, right? NASDAQ dropping. You guys got to be quick, right? You guys got to be quick here. Now, these 15-minute time frames, all right? All right. These 15-minute time frame. Let me see something here. Let's see if we get, oh, wow, that gold just rallied 40 points. All right. Gold was down almost 10% at one point today. All right, NASDAQ, S&Ps are dropping here. Let's do, ready? Here we go. I got some sound effects. Turn it up. S&Ps dropping, NASDAQ dropping. Whew. I'm not buying this gold. Earth, I don't know what planet you're on. I said look to short the S&Ps. NASDAQ, anybody short the NASDAQ or S&Ps? Let's go, everybody. Let's go. What a short. Oh my God. Did anybody get that short? Oh my God. It's Christmas in March. Kaboosh. Guys, I can't even tell you. I'm soaking wet from today. That's how crazy it is. Really. Look at these S&Ps down 20. NASDAQ down 80. Coach Fred, get in there. Love this game. Bam. 44 years come this August 1st. 44 years. Can you believe it? Where the hell did it go? Where the hell did it go? All I know is I love this game. Right? I love this game. Love this game. Whew. Wow. What a short. What a short. That's a t-shirt. What a short. I'm got so many t-shirts I'm making.
It doesn't matter.
Remember this one? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, 43 years right now. 44. Oy, oy, oy. Oh man. Oof. All right. Now it's quiet, of course. In Birmingham, they love the governor. Who. Wait till these 15-minute time frames start heading down. Look out, baby. Get ready for NASDAQ. Morkan, where have you been on the prior bar? Where have you been? I don't get it. You guys can hear me? Whew. Oh my God. Oh my God, what a day. Oof. I can't even tell you how much gold I got on the lows of the day down there. I can't even tell you. Oh my God. Wow, what a day. What a day. Oh my God, OMV, was it OMHV? I'm exhausted. You have no idea how much in the pre-market I traded. I came in short Micron at 457. I tried to short more at 474. I covered on the lows, 423. Great trade. And look at Micron now, 457, 451, right? I got all my t-shirts. It's over. Pac-Man. I'm gonna tell him right now. Where's my t-shirts? So we're just gonna sit here now. Remember, the ADXs are rising on the 30 and 60-minute time frame, so that's not good. Okay. All right, so OMHV. Do you remember when we pushed up at the end of the night to new highs, right? I typed in my Discord, okay, and I said exact words. I would short the world. And I said it. I saw the patterns. I saw the cell divergences. And boy, oh boy, did they get kabooshed. Sweet home Alabama, when the skies are so blue. What a day. You know, the one thing about this game that I can tell you, right? There are some people who really just don't have it because they don't want to put the time in. I spoke to someone last night. He says, I bought 30 prop accounts from MyFundedFutures. And I said, okay. He said, but I'm really struggling. I haven't gotten a payout. I spent about $2,000, $3,000. And I said, you're just gambling. I teach a methodology. These guys on the internet, they're trading one thing, this, that, boom, whatever. Guess what? I'm teaching you a methodology that you can have for the rest of your life, right? And MyFundedFutures is the best prop firm in the world. The people behind the scenes are great people. They don't screw around with payouts, this, that, bada bing, bada boop, bada bop, right? I've been doing this game now. I work with the #1 trader in the world, okay? Known him for 40 plus years. You don't get that reputation in your life, okay, if you don't have the integrity and the workmanship. And this is why I partnered up with MyFundedFutures. I'm not an affiliate, okay? I want to show you a great pattern here on the spiders here, or the S&P, okay? This is called the double red short. The 5-minute time frame right here correlates with the 15, 30, and 60. This is why I took the short right here. And of course, what they do, they caboose 19. Okay, this is the long I wanted to take. Okay, on the buy divergence here down below 23.5, it happened really fast. If you caught it, great. But when the 5-minute time frame reversed to sell, okay, and boom. Now, if you remember correctly, last February, March, and April, we had wild volatility. Okay, all right. And let me tell you something right now. Okay, plain and simple. When I was trading with one of the biggest guys, we would always go wider. Oh my God, look at them drop. We would go wide. Gold's going to get killed. We would go wider. On our entries, right? So last night during the Discord, the YouTube last night, the Asia session, someone's like, why do single lot entries? Okay. So if you buy S&Ps here, okay, let's just say you bought S&Ps at a certain point and you're going to watch it go, and he goes, oh, I put a $10 or $12 stop above that. Okay. All right. And I'm just going to tell you something that based upon the way I trade, okay, thank you, Josh. That means a lot. Thank you, brother. But, you know, I really love what I do, right? That you really have to be able, okay, to really understand, okay? You really have to understand that when you're trading the markets, you want to be able to be in this type of a situation, right? If you look at the Russell, the IWMs, if you're trading the RTYs, right? Look at this monster bear flag right here. I said, now I didn't short them here. I short a little here, right? I called, but then I said, be patient because between 10 and 10:20, and look at the time, 10:15, we're going to get a caboose. Now, people heard me, okay? All right. All right. And look at this. Caboose. Boom. Look at this. See this? 245 dropped about $1.20. All right. So there's certain times of the day, patterns set up, certain times of the day when things happen, certain times of the day when you're actually involved in the game, okay? And you got to be patient. One of my 5 key words is patience, right? Sweet home Alabama. I'm going July 17th right here in West Palm at the amphitheater. Me and my kids, front row. This is probably my 18th or 20th time. I got a picture of me and Johnny Van Zandt. And again, MyFundedFutures, and I say this from my heart, not because I'm here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here, to teach each and every one of you, but more importantly, to do the night stream. You know, about 10 months ago, I was in a meeting, and I said to Luke, we got to do the night session. Nobody's really doing it. Maybe a couple other firms are doing, but not to where I want to do it, right? And I said, we got to do the night stream Monday through Friday. He goes, let's do it. He didn't even blink, right? And we do about 10 giveaways a night, great patterns, people passing the evals. Now, you know, And what you really got to remember mostly is that it's free. It's free. For those of you who work during the day, you come at night, it's over, right? It's over. Okay? So, one of the things that we really need to focus on, okay? One of the things we really need to focus on, all right, is understanding that how'd you lose a funded account today? Well, you got to listen to me, right? Again, why do people blow up? They don't have a methodology in place, right? And if you're trading the NASDAQ futures as a beginner, I think you're completely insane. That's just me. Okay? I think you really should be looking at the S&P futures, because unless you know how to trade the NASDAQ, when you trade the NASDAQ, a guy said to me, yeah, I got killed on the NASDAQ. I go, what's your entry range? I go every 2 points. I went every 2 points. What are you, bananas? Every 2 points? You can't, that's impossible. Okay? So, I got to wait till the 15s get a little bit more of a bought. But what I'm trying to say to each and every one of you, okay, is that you have to learn, based upon volatility, to widen your ranges and go every 10 on the NASDAQ. That's what I would do. Okay? That's what I would do. Plain and simple. All right. I just think that you really need to focus overall. You need to focus on understanding the importance of when you're trading the market. Okay, you want to see that your risk reward ratio. And I always tell people singles and doubles every single day, right? You and me both. I was working at 13, okay, in the supermarket. All right. The market is significantly hard to trade. Matt Evans, yes, it's hard, but I hope I can make it easier for all of you. Okay? And if you don't, I think that's I think that, okay, you can do what you want and say what you want, but I think gold is one of the best assets to trade. I think gold is one of the best assets to trade. I really do. You have negative MACDs here, ADX. I think they're going to get kabooshed one more time here. I think, but people have to, when people say, well, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, that's because you don't have someone teaching you, okay? If you're going to just gamble, you're going to blow up. Yeah, you may get lucky once or twice, okay? But you don't have someone with almost 44 years of experience. I give out my personal cell phone number. I talk to people all hours of the night for free. I try to help you. I give you a 5-day free trial to my live stream for anybody, right? Okay. You have to learn a methodology. You have to understand using multiple time frames, how patterns repeat, the distance from the 10 bar, the divergence patterns. You have to learn these things. Learn my methodology. And I think that's what's really important. I trade live capital. So live capital is a lot different than trading. Oh, look at the SanDisk down $5. All right. Than trading a prop. I get it. But the one thing that people have to remember and understand, Gold's going to get hit here. GLDs 25. So here's a set strategy, right? If you look at gold, the GLDs reverse to sell on the 5-minute time frame. Right here, it correlated with its 30. You take the bounce here, GLDs 25. Boom, gold just dropped 13 on that push up. That's a set strategy. That's what's called a double red short. Okay? So again, using the underlying, oh my God, gold just got killed. Again, looking at the underlying ETFs will help you, all right, on this gold push up here to 30, just dropped 18, 20. So again, what you really need to focus on is understand the methodology, using the time frames, understanding the conditions. Will NASDAQ drop? Not yet. Oh my God, gold just got slaughtered. Look at this gold. Dust, beautiful bull flag here in dust. Look at it, 65. Boom. No volume though. And you shouldn't be like, so like 10 months ago when I told Luke we should be doing the night stream, when I first came on, people like, you know, what the hell is he talking about? Trade this, trade that. I'm like, yeah. Oh my God, look at this micron. Look at this micron. And I said, okay, so you never traded gold before, right? You never traded a lot of different things before, silver. So what? What does that mean? Does that mean you just walk away and you don't do it? Oh my God, 57. I was short at 57 coming in. I covered at 23. Can you believe it? What a great, and I tried to short more. You keep me. Oh my God, gold's gonna get killed. Papa Trump about to speak soon about an Iran. I mean, here's one of my guys making $17,000 today, just texting me. Never met him in my entire life. Look at the gold drop. Look at this gold drop. 30. And all I really care about is all of you passing. Okay? Well, Shahid, if you really want to learn, come to me. I'll teach you, Shahid. Oh my God. SanDisk just dropped. Oh my God. Micron just dropped 10. I mean, Micron pushing up into that negative MACD, really. S&P is just really doing nothing right here. Oh, man. Just flatlined here. Yeah, text me. Anybody can text me. If you guys want to text me or just give me a holler. If you want a 5-day free trial, you can start every Monday. 914-500-7484. You know? Oh, I love it, Samuel. You have no idea. Look at this gold drop. Oh my God. Look at this SanDisk drop. $10. We're going to get cabooshed here after the push up on the 15. Give me 1 second. I'll be right. 1 second. Give me 1 second. It's going to open the door, get some air. I'm back. Papa Trump about to talk. All right. Anybody have any questions here? Anybody have any questions here at all? Nobody have any questions? Hey, Thunderbird, I think you won last night, Thunderbird, but you didn't claim the prize. Thunderbird. Okay, gold right back up. All right. What does gold just do here? Gold just ran 20. Guys, I mean, look, this gold's moving here. This gold's moving. Manny, I don't think it's a hard day. I think you need someone to help you. And that should be me. And I hope I could be that person. Jesus, gold just rallied 30. Q's new highs. NASDAQ, if it gets up to the 50 handle, 24,550 to even, I would look to short it. There we go. S&Ps, I would short here anywhere from the 54 to 64 range. You got to go wide. Oh my God, gold. What the hell just happened on gold? What the hell happened on gold? Just ran 45 points. This gold gets to the 45, 55 range, I would short it. Palantir making new highs. AMD new highs. All right. Let's see if we get a drop here. S&P is looked at, NASDAQ looked to cover between the 50 and 60. S&P is anywhere between the 50 and 55 range. It's dropping here. All right, gold just got cabooshed. S&P's, NASDAQ dropping. Wow, S&P, NASDAQ, what a short. There you go. There you go, baby. Singles and doubles. Oh, the gold just got cabooshed. Gold missed it by 3, just dropped 20. What a short. You guys should be trading here. Let's go. Mikey Jacques, get in there. Wow. What a short, M. Dot. Perfect. What a short. Freaking, I missed the goal by $3. Hey, Alexei Kovich. Anybody new? Anybody new? You should be contacting me. 914-500-7484. You should be part of my community every single day. Wow, look at this freaking. While I was on, SanDisk, I just dropped 13. MU just dropped 10. I have a big community from people all around the world. You guys should be really be joining this community. B-Tree, just call me. Just call me. Go see. Go see. Go see Pete. J-Bot, Elias, Carolina. You guys should all be contacting me. I'll try to help you the best I can. Listen, I'm in this game for you guys to win. Okay? Thank you, Danny. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. What a short. What a short. Get in there. I'm exhausted. I hope you guys realize I stream every night from MyFundedFutures from 8 to 10, Monday through Thursday, right? And I'm here every Thursday from 10:30 to 11:30. 11:11, make a wish. What a day. What a day. What a day. All right. Whew. What a day. Oh my God. You got bear flags setting up on the 30-minute time frames on the underlying ETFs. Wow. All right. Micron. Very quiet. Papa Trump talk yet? Anybody know Papa Trump talk? Kelly double blue? Okay, well, we don't have a double blue right now. This is called a double red. Let's do the double red. You want to see a double red? A double red or a double blue, okay, is when you have the 5-minute time frame. If you watch my podcast, The Bull, the Bear, and the Ugly, okay, on my SK Trading YouTube, you can really see I do a lot of those. Okay, and matter of fact, I think I did like 5 last night and explain it. So a double red, or here, let me show you. Let me see something here. Okay. Anybody trading stocks? I short this Palantir here, 154.40 up to 155.40. Freaking Broadcom is up $10 off the low. Unbelievable. Let's see what this Broadcom. So I'm just trying to look for a double blue or a double red. I just have one here. Let me just see something on Broadcom. What was the low here? Oh wait. Let's see here. Okay, so let me just teach you one thing here. Aim, who's asking that question? Kelly. So if you look at AMD, Kelly, okay, AMD is bullish on the 30-minute time frame. I know it's just a stock. The 30s are red, okay? So now the 15s reverse to buy right here. You see that right here? Okay? The 15s reverse to buy. So now you go into what's called the buy disconnect, all right? And then what happens here, when the 5-minute time frame reverses to buy right here, this is a double blue. And then what you do is you buy the pullback here on the 5-minute time frame, okay? And then it goes up, up, and away. So again, once the 15-minute time frame reversed to buy here, there's an 85% chance that the lows here, whoever sold here, 192.83, he jumped. The lows are in for the day. Okay. All right. Does that help you at all? AMD. All right. If the S&P futures get up here again, 57.5 to 60, 50, 66.5 range, I'd take a short. If they get up there, gold's getting cabooshed. Kelly, you understand that? Kelly? So it's either when the two time frames align. When the two, oh my God, they just dropped 5 on the S&Ps. Wow, what a drop. Can you analyze gold chalk, Roxanne? Yes, we're going lower. The 15s are going to push down. S&P's down 9. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Palantir dropping. The 15-minute time frame, NVIDIA is going to get caboose. Should bring the market down here. And Kelly, if you want to call me or text me, Kelly, I'll talk to you later. Okay? 914-500-7484. Now, the other thing is, you know, you guys should be looking at Bitcoin, right? All right? You should be trading. I know MyFundedFutures lets you guys trade Bitcoin. So look at Bitcoin. The 15-minute time frame reverses to sell. It correlates with the 30 and 60. You take the bounce right here. Oh my God, 10 points. Hondo, you see that short on SanDisk? Oh my God, S&P's down 10. SanDisk was a great short here. Just one of my guys. Let me see what the. Oh my God, you're making new high. Look at this. It overbought into the negative MACD. Oh my God, 15 handles. But look at this one. Look at this one, Hondo. Look at this one. 57. Who's buying this junk at 57? Look at this. Oh my God, 13. S&P's down 15. S&P's down 15. Okay. Wow. If there's anybody that wants to give me a holler, just give me a call. Anybody get that short on the S&Ps? Right to the 11:20 time period. Boom. Exactly 11:20. Andrew, you see that, Baba? Boom. How's that? Zachary, great job, Zacharoo. Broadcom down $1.80, Nvidia down $1. Palantir, I would look to cover some shorts. Okay. AMD dropped $1. Micron, caboose, down $1.30. S&P futures down 20. Unbelievable. The time, 11:20. Right? There are certain times of the day, patterns set up. Okay? Morkan, there should be 35,000 people watching here. How there's only 326 is the 9th wonder of the world. The 8th wonder of the world is a guy I deal with in my Discord that just drives me crazy, but I love him to death. Okay? That is an absolute Picasso. Wow. What are the times to watch for? I called that silver bear flag last night, right? Oh my God, 20 handles on the S&P. All right. Ay. 8 minutes to go here. You guys should be blowing up my phone here. It is a great time, Larry P, to be alive. Thunderbird, what's going on, Thunder? Oh my God, look at these S&Ps. The guy who just bought 57 and a halves, he jumped. He jumped. Nasdaq's down 110. He jumped. Lucky Aces, no. This is all about pattern and diversion strategies I've created. Making new highs here. Are the MACDs confirming here? No. If you look at the spiders, are the MACDs confirming here? No. 659.71. You're making a new high here. Are the MACDs confirming? No. The 15s got overbought into a negative MACD. The price is making a new high. You can own them, not me. Okay. Oh man. All right, I think the best time to trade is between 9:30 and 11:30. And then the second best time to trade is probably from 12:30 to 2:30, just so when the 15-minute time frames usually set up. And then, I don't know, you can go home, I guess. Oh my God, look at these S&Ps. Oh my God, look at Microsoft. Everything got kabooshed. Everything just got absolutely kabooshed. We're going lower. These 15-minute time frames are going to roll over here. I wouldn't buy anything here. I mean, for a trade, scalp trades, but SanDisk is down 18. Micron is down 14 off the highs. What a short. What a short. What a short. That's all I got to say. The other thing I want to teach all of you, you should be looking at the underlying ETFs here. Look at the SQQQs, the reverse ETFs when you trade. Look at the 15-minute ADX rising, monster bull flag on the SQQQs. Look at the 30-minute ADX rising, positive MACD, big buying pressure. Look at the 30-minute time frame here, right? The 60s just reversed to buy right here. Okay, yesterday, right? So in theory, right, you get the oversold condition here, 75.90, boom, just runs $1. The QQQs, NASDAQ, you take the short. That's why you take the short here, right? Boom. And understand using the underlying ETF, Okay. And anybody new who wants to text me, okay, you got 4 minutes, 914-500-7484. If you want me to call you, I'll call you sometime today or after the market closes. All right. My phone's blowing up here with people. What a short. Oh my God, this freaking SanDisk. Oh, wow. All right. AMD dropped $1. To the bottom. Make it one more push up here. Smash the likes. That's right. Smash the likes. Gold went crazy today. All right. I want to thank Ash. I want to thank Aaron. I want to thank all of you for being here today. It's really I love being here. I love helping and teaching all of you, and that's what I want to do. If you guys again want to give me a holler, my phone's blown up. I'll get to every one of you. Okay. If you want to speak to me, and I'll talk to you about ways I can help you, be part of my community, and if there's anything that you need, I'm more than happy to help. Okay. And again, thank you to MyFundedFutures. I'll see you guys tonight. More importantly, like I said, the most important thing is to learn a methodology. Stick with one methodology. Don't be all over the place. Okay. Even this little scalp long on the S&Ps just ran 5. Okay. But again, it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless our troops, and God bless the United States of America. Good night, everybody. See you tonight.
What's up, guys? How's everyone doing this evening or this morning? Hopefully everyone had a safe trading session. This morning offered some definitely difficult trading moments. We were looking for this short. All morning long, we were looking for this target. I think we targeted the 60s probably multiple times this morning. So then we got this big, huge, like 5-minute candle to the downside. And so a lot of times what this entry here, we can explain this entry, kind of a breakdown real quick. This is kind of like one of my favorite type setups because I trade off support and resistance. So basically what I'll do a lot of times, I'll pull fibs on these 5-minute candles and look for like anywhere between a 20 to 40% pullback. And as long as I know that we don't get like a deep pullback on these 5-minute candles, we will short off of those 5-minute candles. All right, let me see if I can see the chat real quick. Here we go. How was everybody's morning this morning? Is anybody trading options? Tomorrow was OPEC Friday. So did you guys fairly do well on your options? I expect tomorrow morning to be kind of choppy. I was expecting a really massive move with, all the options and stuff closing this week. This would be also another short opportunity here below this pivot for me if I wasn't already in this short. Let's see here. A special thanks to MyFundedFutures for having us today. Hopefully Methodical Man's having a safe trip. He went to Vegas. I don't know if anybody was here yesterday when he was talking about going out to Vegas for the weekend. Let's see. So for my target to the downside, if we can break through the pivot, if you got a runner, I probably would at least start taking profit down around this pivot range, around the 400s or so. And if we can break through the 400s, that's where I would look for a push back down to 320s. Leaving one gambler to another. Oh, goodness. No, I like to trade off support and resistance. That's usually like my favorite style of trading is the support and resistance. Unfortunately, the trade had to happen before we got on stream instead of just kind of waiting a little bit longer. My two long short bias areas was going to be back there above the 565 and also the 420. So, how's everybody else's morning been? Is mostly everybody here green? No. So what we'll do here on the push down, if we can push below the 410s, 420 areas, we can try to add to our position. So like this morning, I want to say I took the long probably twice up into the 560s and 564s because that was the low from last night because we were also trading in the Asia session. Nice on the green. What's up, man? How are you guys doing? Also, for your very best discount, use code YouTube on MyFundedFutures. Let's see. So we've already hit our first target on this move here. So how do we do it later in the morning whenever it's like super choppy? Most of the time we're looking for like 10 points in runners. So I try to use the runners as making most of my profits, but that's also been kind of a struggle today with the back and forth price action. This morning we did take a loss on our opening trade. So I was kind of watching Terry and Tom trade the opening also. And I think Tom was short, if I wasn't mistaken. I didn't take the 15-minute breakout this morning from that 9 to 9:15. So like I said, if you are in this trade, I would look into taking profit here at this pivot. So I trade off pivots most of the day. And if you're on TradingView, I change my settings to the Fibonacci pivots because I like to trade off the Fibonacci. So this could be a fairly big pullback. So we can pull fib on this to kind of just see what the ideal pullback that we possibly could get. You kind of want it to make a new swing. You want it to kind of hold the 20%, which is back at the 50 level or so, where you have this, I guess, little, not really a bear flag. It's kind of like where you get like a big push down and you get big wicks with the small green bodies. Usually I like shorting off these two if for some reason, if you miss the whole move to the downside. So I would look for, anticipate a long back up to the 50s. Also, MyFundedFutures is having a scavenging hunt amongst their social media platform. So try to be subscribed to the X, Instagram, YouTube. Is that the 4? Yeah. So and subscribe, turn on alerts. So they're going to be dropping discount codes amongst their social media platforms. So be on the lookout for that. If you follow MyFundedFutures on their social media platforms. All right, so we're about to break this pivot. If we can break this pivot, I'm going to take my stop loss down into right above this pivot where this wick is. Because most of the time when we run those pivots, we run from pivot to pivot. So we shouldn't move back above that pivot per se. So like if there's another pivot sitting up here at the previous day low, see this big gold line? These are my Fibonacci pivots. And so how you kind of see how we're running from pivot to pivot. Same idea if you trade standard pivots. It's pretty much the same thing if you trade Fibonacci pivots. So what I'm gonna look for here is for us to kind of push down below the pivot and have like a retest back into the pivot. Then we'll try to see if we can add to our position. Oh. Let me see if I can put my final target down here. So still battling the pivot. So this would be another entry if I had missed that first entry to the top side. Did anybody in the chat win any free accounts this morning amongst like Tom, Terry, stream? So let's see. Let me get another line. So I'll show you kind of what we're looking for the pullback here. So if we start pulling back, you don't really want us to get back above the 40s, kind of like 40s, 45 to 50 areas for this area to hold. If we do got to have a pullback, what you would like to see is this for this body to stay kind of small. This way, when we get our new 5-minute candle, we just drop through the pivot. All the winners went to go trade, of course. Oh, that's pretty good. How's everybody been faring this week? I got to say, this has been a very tough week to trade. There's been so much going on in the market. I can't recall the last time I remember like rollover, FOMC, OPEC all being in the same week. I don't know if that happens every quarter, but man, this week has been insane. I think I've taken the most losses on my funded accounts probably in the last 2 months, because I went back and looked at my record on my funded accounts. And I don't think we took a loss for almost 2 straight months on one funded account. But since last Thursday, we've had like 3 funded losses already. And we had one today. So it has been a very, very tough week as far as trading goes. And, you know, I keep seeing that a lot into, you know, most of the chats that I see is just, it has been a insane couple weeks, last couple days. So what would make this even a better setup if this turns into like a little bear flag here? So I also like to trade bear flag, bull flag breakouts into resistance. So what you don't want to see if you're looking for the push back up, you don't want to see it back above the 45 here. Let's see if we can add. So what we're going to do is try to add and see if we do get that breakout back to the downside. All right. Oh, let me pull up my chat from the back side, guys. Sorry about that. Shoot. Yeah, oh, here we go. All right, so we're going to look to add here. If we can run through the 40s, I mean the 400s, most of the time you'll get like a quick push down to the 900 or the 90s here. And so this is how I usually add to my contracts. Instead of just adding, I just try to take like 5 to 10 points on the move down to the downsides if we're still, you know, bearish or bullish. Like I said, if we break this pivot, we should get the push. I would think that we would rerun this 4-hour low. So also, if you're kind of new to watching my charts, I also mark out pretty much the higher time frame. So I use a open range indicator. This way it allows me to watch higher time frames without switching amongst charts. So this would be your 4-hour low down, not 4-hour low, but 4-hour candle low at 326. And these would be like hourly candles. And the bigger box back up here around what, 498, where we first got short, because that was kind of like breaking the previous 4-hour low candle. Excuse me. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. So I'm thinking the 50 is probably going to be my line in the sand here. So if I feel like we're going to break back above the 50, that's where we would start closing our entry. Come on. All right, it's still holding. So I think we're still good. That was also kind of like, I don't know if you guys were here earlier this week, how I shared my Rico candle setups, how I take trades off of Rico candles sometimes in the market, super choppy. So that pullback kind of lines back up into that 21 EMA sitting at the 38s. But if we break through those 38s, we're probably going to get that push back up to 67. Is there anybody in the short right now to the downside? Or is there anybody kind of trapped in a long? So I know last night, man, I got trapped in a freaking long. I jumped on the market and kind of had a little FOMO moment because I was at my bull bear line. And I swear, as soon as I freaking hit the buy button, it's almost like you had that feeling like I just bought the top and we pulled back like 20, 30 points. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, I think they're doing giveaways today. I think they do giveaways during most sessions. All right, back at that pivot again, guys. Like I said, we lose that pivots, we should get the flush. So close. Still struggling to lose those 410s. So my bear line, the bull bear line that I'm going to play off here is basically back above 40. If we get back above 40, we will close our entry. We're still just kind of bouncing off that 400 level from this morning. Our original entry was back there at, I gotta say around the 90s. So we were already in this trade for almost 80 points before we just added. For anybody just showing up. Let me see. And we're going to be targeting the 325s. Oh, so close. We still got about 3 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. All right. Like I said, back above the 340 area, we will close our trade. Maybe even 55. 55 is kind of like the 50 EMA for my next level up, the 55s. If you guys would, if you wouldn't mind hitting the likes and follow buttons for us today, would be much appreciated. I still think this trade is good. We just kind of have to just hold through the consolidation period here. It's almost like we're having like a little idiot box here. As soon as we get through this idiot box, I still think we get the push to the downside. I'm not going to be scared about the short, even if we kind of pull back and draw down, as long as we stay under the 40s. Was anybody having plans to go visit Mr. Methodical Man in Vegas? I don't know if there's a lot of you guys that live out, out in that area or not. Personally, I've never been that far out west to Vegas. No, Tom Sabo did not share the guarantee with me today. I'm still getting written permission to use the Tom Sabo box. I don't know if y'all have heard me talk about the Tom Sabo box. We used to call it the idiot box, but it kind of transferred over to the Tom Sabo box about a year or two ago. And that's that one methodical man's like, okay, you're not allowed to use the Tom Sabo box unless you get written permission. So basically, anytime you get about 4 or 5 candles consolidating sideways, it's usually the Tom Sabo box. You can draw us a little box here. Heck. Like I said, guys, back above this this blue line that we have put on here, this is kind of my bull bear line here. Unfortunately, we couldn't get through that pivot down at the 410s. And I didn't really pull fib on this whole leg to see what kind of like overall pullback this was. Even though we did break the previous swing, you're just not sure if we're going to end up pushing back up to those previous day lows. It was so hard to long this morning. I tried a few longs. I want to say we got up like 30, 40 points on multiple trades this morning, but we just kept getting rejected up there around the 40s. So I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact that we ended up taking this trade here up into the 40s for our runner, got rejected. We also took this one, and I think it was this candle that ended up stopping us out. I think we tried it twice. Then most of the time I won't try it 3 times. 3 times is kind of like my limit whenever we're taking trades. Even if they're winners, we try to stay away from it for the 3rd time because, that 3rd time will just end up getting you. It's kind of like taking that same bounce off a spot that will just keeps bouncing off that spot. And then 3rd time, you're like, okay, I'm going to take it. Then it ends up being a loser. The IB played out well. I used to love trading the IB mine. I used to trade that almost every single day. I haven't had that on my charts in quite a minute. The initial balance. I used to love trading the initial balance. All right, we're getting pretty close to the area where, and I will give this to the 55. So a little bit over the consolidation box here, because that 50 area is kind of like my 50 EMA that we follow. So we're still hitting off. We got a lot of consolidation here. I mean, you can kind of look to the left. We got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 candles that we're bouncing off of. If you like to play off wicks. Wicks is usually a pretty good indication. Like if you're new to trading and you're like wondering where we're probably going to get stopped at, look for the bigger wicks, or go to the higher time frames and look for the wicks on the higher time frames. That'll usually help out a lot. Or I like to use even the 5-minute wicks. All right, we're still just kind of battling between the pivot and that 45 level. Also, if you go back and look at this move, how I entered this also, this was also a 5-minute break here. So this was almost like a big old bull flag or bear flag. I'm sorry, bear flag. So you could have drawn your trend line up the 5-minute candles and just took it as it broke. For anybody that likes to play off trend lines, I understand most people do everything a little bit different. How many of you guys are in the short right now? Is there a lot of you guys in the short, or is anybody long, or is any of us fading each other? If you're fading, what target or maybe you're looking forward to the upside? I'm always kind of curious about the lobbies whenever I'm trading. What is someone else seeing? Because, you know, everybody sees it a little bit different. Dude, come on. It's trying to get through our levels. Did we already do the winners? No. So guys, like I said, if you are in this short, the 40 to 50 area is going to be my line in the sand to close my trade. We won't like hold it back through a bunch of drawdown. Still, we're already about to have a new 5-minute candle. We got about 50 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. Does a lot of you guys trade on OPEC Friday, or does most of you guys kind of treat it like a FOMC day where you just kind of sit to the side on OPEC Friday? I know I've blown my fair share of accounts on OPEC Friday. So a lot of times it's usually very risky to kind of trade that on Fridays. You have to just, to me, I think if I'm trading tomorrow, I'm definitely going to probably downsize a little bit. Yeah, it's very weird. And it's like we're getting that. So that's usually when options trade closes. They have the options come to the term limit on their contracts. And so it just makes the market kind of weird sometimes. It's kind of like today. See how we weren't getting that good follow through? If you didn't take your, say, 5, 10, 15 point winners, you were just getting stopped out on runners. So that's kind of what I've been getting all morning long, just hammered on the on my runners. So like I said, if you're in this short, if we break that 40, 45 area, we will close this trade. I will not hold this trade any deeper than the 40, 45. And so what we're looking for is for us to kind of break back through the pivot range. So I use, for anybody that just showed up, I use the Fibonacci pivots. All right. 53 is definitely the max. Woo. Okay. Got to close it. We were already in that trade for about 60, 70 points, and we try to do a little add-in right there at the pivot. So this could kind of push us back up towards the next pivot up there at 564. And that would be kind of my next long here, unless we can kind of sell back down and get through the 400 here and look at the lows. So we'll have to wait for all of our EMAs to kind of cross back over to see what we're going to get next. Hopefully we just didn't get stopped out for that stuff to continue down. But I try not to sit through like deep runners because I try to at least hold on to what small profit that I did have instead of just wasting it all on a trade just to hold and constantly trying to DCA back in. The only time I usually use DCA, I don't know if any of you guys do the DCA and where you try to average cost back into your trades. I mainly only do that during the Asia session because the Asian session's a lot more manageable because it's the candle a lot more. Sorry to laugh. A lot more manageable in the evening time because we always kind of do a little retracement. Let's see. We always do some kind of type of a retracement in the evening time. Oh, am I not talking straight into the mic there, Zane? I'm not listening. I don't really hear myself talking, so I couldn't speak for that. All right, so we just broke out of that box. So we're just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen here if we're going to get continuation to the top side. And we got about 1 minute, 30 seconds left on this candle. What kind of time frames does most of you guys trade here? Do most of you guys do like the higher time frames where you're trading like, say, 5, 10, 15 minutes? Or... Okay, so kind of get away from the mic. Or do most of you guys trade on like lower time frames, like 1 minute or so, 5 minutes? 5 minutes has become my favorite probably over the last, I say, year or so, because I used to do a lot of the 1 minutes, and boy, I used to get faked out so many times trading the 1 minute. Let's see. Man, it's so hard for me to take this long again, even though we are moving back up to those 560s. All right, so we're at the top of the hour. So this would be what, 12 o'clock? So I know I don't usually do this like during the middle of the day, but a lot of times during the morning time, whenever we get like these big bullish or bearish 5-minute candles, I will pull fib on these 5-minute candles. So what this will do, it kind of helps me like to determine if it's going to stay bullish or bearish. So what we'll do is we'll pull fib. Like this is on a smaller scale. And what you want to do is kind of see it wick. And this kind of gives you a good indicator if we're going to stay bullish or bearish. So if it just pulls back and like say holds to 20%, you kind of get that idea that we're going to continue pushing up. But once we lose the 50%, I kind of lose interest. So what you want to see is that 20 to 40% pullback here. And see, we're already kind of getting back into that 50%. That means the bulls and bears are still kind of battling instead of just the bulls being in control here. And usually you can get that fairly well in the morning. So like we did it on this candle, this last entry that we took. I'll kind of give you an example here. Let me just close this one and kind of start over. So this is the trade that we entered a while ago. So we see it did the 50% holds up, so you would think that we're still going to push. So a lot of times I will pull fib on these smaller candles. And as you can see, we only pulled back 23% of that previous bearish candle. So that kind of just gives me an idea that, okay, the bears are still in control here. And you can at least probably get you 10 to 15 points before you start running into resistance. And that's kind of what happened today. I think we ended up, like I said, getting up to about 40, 50 points. We didn't take anything off the runner because we tried to add back in. So I will enter a lot of trades like this throughout the day for anybody looking for ways to enter. And then after I enter, I'll start looking for my target. So if I had entered here, my target would probably be the next pivot up at the 560. So you would think, since we've already hit this level and 4 or 5 times already, that you would think that we would finally break this previous day low sitting here at the 560s. That has been kind of my long area that I've been waiting for us to get above this morning, is for us to push above those 560s, wait for a 5-minute candle just to barely peak above the 560s, then look for a wick back into that pivot, and then take a long. So we do take a lot of longs or even shorts. That's how a lot of times we'll enter trades off support and resistance. For anybody here that likes to trade support and resistance. Does most of you guys trade during the lunch hour, or do most of you guys kind of sit to the sideline during the lunch hour trading? All right, looks like the bulls are staying in control here. I want to see the bulls push this through the 60s, and this way I will look for another long above the 60 level here. And so what I'm going to look for is for a push through here, and once that new candle prints, we're going to look for a wick back into these levels. And this way, if you kind of go to the left, you can kind of use all of this as your support above all this consolidation. So that's how I would play this on my long. And vice versa if you're on the other side. Say we're lacking. Is there anybody in a long position now? Did anybody take the long off the 400s? I know a lot of people like to trade the whole numbers. That's another level that I like to trade around, is whole numbers. So a lot of times the market will go in between whole numbers. So let's just say right here, we're about to hit the, say, 25. So you will probably see like a resistance here at the 25. Then what you'll do is you'll end up getting that push back into the 500 level for us to push back through. So a lot of times we'll try longs that way also. Just different ways to get yourself into position and look for that quick 5 or 10 points. And these are like, I guess, scalping type strategies if you like to scalp. And I like to scalp like 5, 10, 15 points at a time and try to make most of my money off the runners. See how we just kind of smacked the 20, didn't quite get the 25. And that's also at that previous hourly candle there too. Usually skip lunch. Yeah, lunch is usually very difficult. If you use the, I also like to look at the ICT kill zones and pivots. That way it kind of marks out the trading sessions for each session, like between like lunch hour, like you have your AM time, then your, the 11:30 to 1 p.m. Yep. So that can be a pretty tough trading session during that time. What, is Trump speaking, or is it you guys are just saying that he was speaking? 5 minutes, folks. Is that the giveaways for the forums? For the giveaways? All right, guys, for any late arrivals, I brought this up a little early in the stream. MyFundedFutures are going to be doing Easter egg giveaways. It's kind of like a scavenger hunt on their social media. So subscribe to all their social media for scavenging hunt drops. They're going to be doing, I'm assuming, discount codes or in the their social media giveaways. So trying to subscribe to the X, Instagram, YouTube. I think that's the main 3. Facebook, I'm not sure. But I know most people use Facebook. Not most people, but a lot of people use Facebook. Smash the likes and subscribes, guys. Sorry we missed this long to the top side. Unfortunately, we were in the short looking for us to break below our support levels. So our support levels are holding up. I don't know if any of you guys are new to pivots, but like the pivots are work super well during like the more like toned down price action. When it's just a slow type run, it works out super well. You can also take really good entries off of those levels. So whenever I was looking for that breakdown here, I was just taking a chance on a 50-50 that we got through this pivot, but we did not. What we can also do is pull fib from here to here and see if this is the deepest pullback we're going to get, and we're not going to end up running up there through the 560s. Is there anybody else here that likes to use pivots? Not pivots, but Fibonacci. So if you're a fib user, this would be considered kind of like your golden pocket on the individual leg frame. But usually most people use pivots, they do the whole leg. So they're playing the overall big move. So what you'd want to do if you're a fib user is you want to probably pull from here to here, and then you're looking for that 50 to 60 to 70% pullback. And this would be the 4-hour high from last night. So like you would just do the whole move if you're a larger fib user. And you can see it worked out today. So let's see. We finally made that low. If you stretch out your pivot a little bit, you can see we pulled right back into the golden pocket on the pivot, 60%. Or anybody that's maybe new to Fibonacci and doesn't really know a lot about it. But when you're doing the Fibonacci, that's where you have to just be like super, super patient, and you have to just wait for the whole moves to kind of work out, because you're looking for the much bigger move. You're not really looking for the shorter internal moves. Whenever you're pulling fib, like on these internal legs like this is more of a scalping type strategy. So I really can't do anything here. The only thing I can do now is just wait for us to see if we can break the 60s. That would be my next long to the top side, the 60s. And to the bottom side, we would need to see push back down and get through the pivots. So let's see here. Rico candles. All right, back at the whole number here. Does there anybody that trades amongst like whole numbers and stuff? Is that a thing with a lot of you guys? I also like to trade in between whole numbers. I know I'm explaining most of the stuff I like to trade. That way, when I'm on here, you kind of know what I'm looking for. So MyFundedFutures do have a account promo for new users is 50% off. Existing users is 30% off. And there's also a rebuild discount code YouTube. For anybody that's new to MyFundedFutures. So as you can see, we did kind of pull back into that golden pocket on this this leg here to the downside. I will be interested in a short here if we can push down and break the 410s, 400s here. And then maybe we can take a trade down to the lows down at the 320s. Let's see. We have winners. Oh, I thought I saw winners or something somewhere. Congrats to all the winners today. How many of you guys do fairly well with your free accounts? For all the winners, is this your first time winning? Nice. All right, pull fib on here. I'm assuming if we can't get back through the 40s or 50s here on the pushback down, we're going to be moving back up to the top side. Congrats to all the winners today. Nice. It's like Christmas time in March, guys. I need 800 to pass. Nice. Oh, man, that's awesome. Now, was that a free account that you only need 800 to pass? Or are you just talking about your account in general? You need 800 to pass. You usually tend to YOLO. Yeah, I'm like the worst when it comes to free accounts, man. I don't know what it is. Like you start off all like, oh, I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to rock it. Then next thing you know, you have one bad trade. And you're like, just throw your hands up in full port. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I have no room to talk when it comes to free accounts. Oh goodness. It's so true. You have very good intentions when you start out with it, but after about 2 or 3 trades, you're like, oh, look at this, man. I'm about $500 in my free account. Then that one day, you know what, man, I'm gonna go in with 2 minis or 1 mini and just get my butt rocked. Oh goodness. If you do something in your trading journey, trust me, almost everybody in this lobby, and including myself, has probably done it. So don't ever feel like you're alone when you're doing stuff in your trading journey, especially if you're starting out. All of us have made the same silly mistakes, man. So don't ever feel alone like you've done that. So it's like, give me one more chance, then I treat it like a real captain. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. If I can stay away from minis, I usually do pretty good. It's usually whenever I get myself into like 10 micros or more is usually where I start struggling. And the reason that is because of the, you started getting in trouble with the drawdown, because it only takes one bad trade to get into drawdown. And you got to tell yourself 40, 50 points, man. That's like $1,000 with the 1 mini. I mean, 50 points is usually nothing on the NQ. 50 points is like a blink of the eye. What we just we topped out about the 2025, and we've already pulled back 20 plus 30. We already pulled back 50 points. So let's pull fib on this. I'm kind of anticipating the 40s or 50s to hold here and kind of get that push back up, where we kind of just run back into this idiot box down here. Hopefully next time we're on here, we're able to use the term Tom Stabo box. Okay, so you said Trump is done speaking. Luckily, nothing crazy happened if you were in a trade. So I'm usually not the one who, I'm usually pretty bad about keeping up for whenever like public speaking has happened. The only one that I usually wait on or I watch for is usually when Powell is speaking. And that's usually like on those FOMC days, or maybe when Powell is in front of Congress or something like that. That's usually about the only time I really pay attention to the speakers, because those guys usually make the market move by just answers and questions. So you got to be definitely very careful with those. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more people trade oil. I know I tried oil on a like sim account one day, and it was just insane how much money you can lose like so fast trading oil. Oil is pretty insane. So like I said, guys, I will look for a short if we can push down here to break this pivot here. Hopefully we can get that in the next, say, 5 or 10 minutes before the session comes to an end here. So here, most of the time you can almost pull fib from here to here. And this would be almost like your entry session if you're trading the nighttime session for anybody that likes to trade the Asia session. Asia session is really good, about 50% pullbacks. For anybody that's an Asia trading session, that's the one thing I like about trading Asia session. You can almost anticipate every single night on every single leg getting a 50% pullback. Another good way we could look at this entry too, if we're going to look for the longs, is to get another, say, like 5-minute candle here, where you have like that little 5-minute 3-candle salute there, and just kind of draw your trend line and take the bull flag back to the top side. If for some reason we cannot push back to the lows. But looking at my EMAs, it looks like they're trying to roll over. So here we go. So we pull fib. So this would be your area that you're looking to hold here. So once we start losing that 60 to 70%, you know it's a unvalidated trade. So we got about, what, 50 seconds or so for the new 5-minute candle to push, to print. So you'd almost want to see us push back through the 73s here if we're going to push back up to the top side. And this would also be trading in kind of resistance. So we pretty much have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute candles. Did most of you guys take any trades during the lunch hour today? Did most of you guys just kind of sit on the sidelines? What was it my name mentioned? Sorry about that. All right, let's see if we get the push up here for the bull flag here. So this would be your bull flag here, and you would look and see if we can break back above the 80s here. You want to see it back above the 80s if this is going to end up being like a bull flag breakout. And what we'll do is we'll look for like 10 points or so and see if we can take the runners back to the top side. For some reason, if we can't push back above the 80s, we can look for a deeper pullback, but I'm just not sure if we get through this consolidation sent down here in the 40s. Let's see. Thank you guys for the likes and follows today, if you wouldn't mind. We have about 10 more minutes left, so we'd be much appreciated if you could smash the like button for us. And we will be back tomorrow with Pine Tree Trader. Yeah, we still got about 10 minutes right now. I'm waiting to see if we can get an entry here. I'm looking to try to long this if we can get back above this the 80 level. This would be kind of like a little 5-minute break of, break back to the upside. And just look for like 10 points in runners. Because anytime that the market's just super just grindy, slowy action, I pretty much try to just stick to the 10 points. In this way, you can kind of knock out that 10 points and use your stop loss as a kind of a break even. That way you can still have like a negative drawdown with a break even type of a stop loss. See, we couldn't push back above that 80 level. Times 22. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Anytime the market is super choppy, I'm like 10 points all the way. I'd rather just take my 10 points, and that way you can almost have a free trade with your drawdown. All right, so it looks like the market wants to kind of head back down. Like I said, I'm going to be interested in a short if we get back through this consolidation and back underneath our pivot here at the 410s. But it could also just be another retest of that area. So these pivots love to get retests for the bigger moves back up to the upside. And I'll also take entries off Rico candles also. Shower chopping during the regular. Yeah. We had just a brief move to the downside when we first hopped on the stream. We had some decent movement, but it seems like over the last 30 minutes, man, we just kind of just got into a super choppy price action. I'm hoping for anybody that's going to be able to trade between that like 2 and 3 o'clock, you get better price action. Usually that seems like when the market really starts moving is between that last hour or two before the market close. All right, so we got about 40 seconds left on this candle. We can move our breakout period since we're about to print a new 5-minute candle. So we got about 40 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. If this candle can break back above 70, I will long the bull flag breakout here. For anybody that likes to trade bull and bear flags for breakouts. Yeah, I do. I also like looking for the longer moves, like early in the morning when the market is moving fairly well. So kind of like yesterday, I think our largest trade yesterday was sitting around, I want to say 80, 90 points. So like I said, we're kind of waiting to see if we can break back above 70 here. And even if it breaks, it's definitely not going to be like a instant, quick 10 points. It's just going to be kind of a grindy type price action. And that 68.70, that could even be your like bull bear line. To get back above that, it would need to break those 21s and 50 EMAs to the top side, because that's also where those are sitting. All right. Also, if I haven't mentioned, for anybody that's new, just showed up a little later in the session, MyFundedFutures are going to be doing a scavenger hunt amongst all their social media sites. So hit the subscribe button, turn on notifications. That way, if they post anything, you will be aware of the post and don't get left out of the giveaways or discounts. And so also for the very best discount, use code YouTube on MyFundedFutures to get the very best discount. And we're also, like I said, we are looking for a long for us to break back above the 70s here. I was hoping we would get a little bit more entries besides the pre-market. You know, I was able to grab an entry, but unfortunately that entry happened before the stream started. So we weren't able to get into that entry, you know, while we were in stream. So we weren't able to call that out as it was happening. Unfortunately, it seems like the last couple of days we've been just fortunate enough to even try to get a trade in. I'm hoping to start next week. Price action will get back to normal, where you feel like you're just getting those nicer, cleaner moves in the morning. Because this last week has just been super tough. So usually whenever we kind of run into this type price action, my goal is just try to survive this price action. All right, so we're at that level. Let's see if we can actually break it. Nope, we hit it. So if you're wondering why we got stopped there, I'm also using the EMAs. So over here on my charts off to the side, that's where the EMAs are at. Oh man, we didn't quite get through those EMAs. All right, make sure I don't lose track of time there. We pick-a-booed up there. Let me get my last target on here just in case it does push up. Unfortunately, we may not have enough time to see if it hits. So if it pulls back to the 34s, you know I got stopped out on my long. And we're going to be targeting the highs up here at the 20s. Thank you guys for supporting and watching today. We're going to have Rocket Scooter coming in here in a few minutes. All right, a little bit more. Hopefully we hit the first target before we get off. We got less than a minute to go. Come on, push, market, push. I mean, we broke our little bull flag to the top side, so we should at least get our 10 points. It's struggling to get through these 70s. Man, like I said, that's where my EMAs are sitting. And they're all kind of squished together. That's the bad part. All right, guys, this segment is coming into an end. Congrats if you did. Hopefully we will be able to at least get our 10 points off of this bull flag breakout to the top side. Thank you guys for watching and liking today. Oh, so close. Ooh, come on. Man, sorry about that, guys. I was really hoping that we would hit that target before the stream ends. All right, guys. Thank you guys very much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow with Pine Tree. Everyone have a good evening. No. Oh, it's so close. Okay. We can keep going. Matt's running a little late behind, guys, so we can hang out here a few more minutes and see if we can hit this target, which is all good. So I was hoping that we could hit this 10 points here while on stream. We didn't have to walk away to matching, did Husk get us? All right, so it looks like Matt is ready to go. So it looks like we're within a few points. Thank you guys for watching. Enjoy the rest of the show, and we will see you guys tomorrow with Pine Tree. Thank you guys very much for the likes and follows today.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the vibe. Welcome, rocket scooter. Burning trails where you're.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the show. Lunch Money with Matt here on MyFundedTV. Excuse me. Hold on one second. Let me load up this so I can see the chat here. How's it going, guys? Thank you for the rock in the chat. I really appreciate that. Always such a warm welcome from you guys. Thank you for that transition there, brother. Appreciate that. Hello. Got a few announcements to make. All right. So I made a decision yesterday. Remember I told you guys all about the Fed? Man, we have a lot to talk about. All right. Well, after yesterday's Fed decision, I made the decision personally that the market is now fully bearish for an indefinite amount of time. I was contemplating like how long it was going to be, but in the challenge, now let me direct you guys to the challenge account balance, 260,000. I've withdrawn a significant portion of the profits from the highs of the account just to lock it in to partition the money over. You guys remember my account partitioning? Let me give you one more lesson on that. First of all, I did the 100K challenge to close to 600 yesterday by the end of the day. And I tried to take everything out to leave close to $200,000 in the account. And I happen to make 60,000 today anyway. So now it's back at 260. So what I did was I locked in profit. And then now I'm taking it still to $1 million, but not leaving $1 million in the account. Now let me tell you about account partitioning and why I'm choosing to do this. It's to practice what I preach and to be smart about it. When it comes down to account partitioning, the example is normally what I'll normally do in a trading account. If I have 100K, a lot of times I'll just try to double the account. If I get to 200K, then what I do is I take 100 out and put it over here to the side. Okay, that's a little safe place. Then I can accumulate money without any risk. And I start over at 100, go to 2, take some out. Start over 100, go to 2, take some out. And then so if any kind of weird thing ever happens and I fall asleep at the wheel and some kind of Trump tweet happens and market goes A or B direction, I don't lose everything I have on a single, oops, I blinked at the wrong time. Now, you guys remember the biggest loss I've taken on the challenge has to do with what I call flower delivery day. I was delivered some flowers, IDOC and I were delivered some flowers from a business partnership of ours. And so I went downstairs to get them right here as I was shorting in the close. I didn't put in a stop. I stepped away from the computer and we just went straight up. And I came back down about $220,000, which I'd since made all back since then. But man, what a hiccup, right? I was at 600 and something K. Then I dropped down to like 400. I worked my way back up to 600. It took 2 weeks to do that. I lost 2 weeks of work stepping away just at the wrong time. Somebody's asking, who is Neon? You said that is doing MyFunded giveaways today. Okay, you keep spamming the same thing. Neon is the streamer on my channel in the afternoon. So Neon's doing some MyFundedFutures giveaways today, if that's what you're asking. But don't spam chat, please, because it'll time you out for a little bit. Most expensive flowers ever. But what it did teach me was that because of the sensitivity of the market that we're in, and because of the violent nature that it has been, and because I've been doing this challenge at the weirdest time. Now, let me guarantee you guys something. Had I done the million challenge here, so just imagine, add like $400,000 to the balance, and that's about where I am. Okay, give or take. I need to do the math, but add 3 to 400,000 to this, and that's about where I am. I'm over 600,000 right now. I just moved some of the money to the side. Okay, so if I would have done the challenge back here, I would have made the $1 million in like a month of a bull market. It wouldn't have been hard at all. But the fact that I started this thing here, right? I mean, it's not that bad to say I'm beating every fund manager in town who's just investing in stocks. I mean, the stock market's gone nowhere. They're making 0%. And I'm making like close to 400%, right? So I'm pretty happy that I made something in this hard market. As somebody that's been trading for 16 years, I'm going to tell you right now, I feel like I'm at the peak I've ever been. My trading performance is the best it's ever been. And with that being said, this was the hardest market I could say in recent memory. This is the hardest market I've ever traded. Hardest. So even with almost 2 decades of experience, I struggled through here as well. It was not clean. Structure would break. Bull market one day, bullish, crash the next day. Okay, let me short the high. Nope, it rallied again this day. Like, what's going on? This was just this weird environment that I've had so many different explanations as to like what's committing this market to this behavior. But anything can be said is that, I mean, it's just been like this. I've gone from the 100K start, which I added a little bit over 130K, I think, to the account total to get to where I was right now, which is 600 plus, which isn't bad. But again, this market just sucks. In chat, like, let me ask you really quick. Does this market suck for you? I just want to know. Let me know in chat. Does this market suck
Has it been extremely hard to navigate in? Are you blowing up a lot more since November than you ever have before? Is this twice as hard, 3 times as hard? Let me know in chat what you guys think. That this market just sucks, right? It's not any strategy you're using seems like the odds are lower, right? Something that I would do 90% of the time, it feels like it's like 55% of the time. It's that much like the market has no rhyme or reason or direction. So because of that, and because now the Fed has come through, which I'll talk about in a second, dropping the bomb that I said they're going to drop, the Fed has confirmed that the economy is in a piss poor state right now. So because of that, I'm now committed to the fact that we are now doing this. I'm committed to this. So while we might pick up some momentum going into the later part of the year, I think that's what we're going to see through at least the summer. And because of that, I'm now deciding to take profit on the challenge. I've made it to 600K. I tried to take out enough to, my goal was to take out what I could to land at 200 and then continue to challenge from there. It served 2 purposes. Number one, it's to secure profit. So even if I blow everything up on the screen, I still walk away profiting 100 and something thousand bucks, whatever it is. And so that's good. So I've locked in profit. Now I'm just playing with house money in this challenge account, but it's also practicing that account partitioning thing where I've got that money sitting on the sideline. I've got 400 and whatever thousand, I don't know what it is, close. Let's just say 400 for argument's sake. 400K, move to the sideline. If this ever so happens to fall below 100, I can just use money from the 400 to bring me back to 100 and keep going. So I'm doing my account partitioning technique, which is double the account, take out half. If you half the account, pad it back to start, and then just trade off of that. So now I've finally decided that since the market's going to be choppy and weird, and this sort of stuff is not ending today, it's going to take all year for this to smooth out. I'm convinced that we have a year of this. A year of not breaking highs. We're not breaking highs for another year. I'm convinced. And so because of that, it's time to take out some money. You guys think I made a smart decision? Finally pulled the plug at highs, by the way. I could keep going, but it makes sense to partition some to the side to give me, like, look, 265 is I can keep going with this. It's not that bad, but it's a smart decision, right? Because normally you might be trading your 401ks and say, oh man, I think the market's sort of stalling. It might be bearish for a little bit. Let me take some money out. Now, I'm not giving you investment advice at all. I'm not qualified to give investment advice. Don't even do anything what I say. But let's just say that you're in that boat of saying, I think the market's going to sell off for the next year. Let me move things to cash or move things aside for a little bit until it gets better. Let me start winding down my long position. I've now committed myself to winding down a long mindset, 100%. What about getting to $1 million? I'm still getting to $1 million. It's still the same P&L, just money moved to the side, right? So it's the still goal is still to go to $1 million. The P&L has nothing to do with the balance. The P&L doesn't change. So the P&L will be the P&L no matter what. Still going, still the same challenge, but now it needs to be approached in a more smart fashion. So, with all due respect, Matt is the only trader you know that's talking about these types of numbers. A lot of really good traders don't usually step down from trading to kind of talk about it. I've noticed that too. But thanks for appreciate that comment there. So anyways, that was the first thought. Was after the announcement came out yesterday, I said I got to take profit. We've now secured this market into a downward slope. And let me walk you guys through what that's going to entail. Remember when I told you, write this down and clip this, because I'm going to predict something, and we got every part of it right? I said Powell and the group were overly optimistic in December about the forecast of the American economy and all the data. And then that data was going to come out, and it's going to come out worse than what they said it was going to be in December. And when that data comes out worse, boy, they're going to have to answer a lot of questions about that from the media. Remember, September, all the projections were pretty low compared to December. Sorry about that. Click this edge here. December's projections were very optimistic. Change in real GDP, 2.4% for 2026. The GDP growth rate was 0.9%. So we're not going to grow 2.4% over a year with the growth rate in decline. It's stalling out. So, and another thing is they were saying 2.4% PCE inflation by the end of 2026. Yet PCE came out and it was 3 last read. So we said the projections were going to come out less bullish and more bearish, and we were 100% right. The December projection for inflation 2.4. Now Powell acknowledged, yep, inflation is going up. But then he said, yeah, but inflation mostly is due to the one-time effects of tariffs. And the reason we got it wrong, because they asked him, how did you miss that? And he's like, well, the reason we got it wrong is the reason we mainly got it wrong is because nobody knows how long it's going to take for tariffs to work their way in. And that's exactly what I said he was going to say, right? He was going to say there's some logistical delay for tariffs. Finally, I give you guys a TV example. There's some time it takes for the tariffs to hit your pocketbooks, right? But it's only a one-time thing, and that's why our inflation targets are a little more optimistic, because it's only this one-time thing. It's not like a progressively inflating thing. So because of that, our long-term outlook hasn't changed. He also said that our long-term outlook hasn't changed, which it hasn't. And those words are exactly there. Inflation is still on its 2% track, which means the probability of rate cuts not likely going to change. Okay. That might seem good for the economy, right? But the thing is that I'm now into this doom and gloom form is that he did say, we don't really have an idea. It can be 3 months, 6 months, maybe 12 or 13 months. How long that takes for that to reach, it's uncertain. And that uncertainty, boy, oh boy, that crashed the market at the end of the day. That's exactly what they did. The uncertainty. They were so confident, and now they're no longer confident. Wall Street got it right, and the Fed was overly optimistic about how little impact the tariffs actually had. He didn't say anything about him being wrong that the companies absorbed that more than they thought. They thought the companies are absorbing most of the tariffs, and proof is in the pudding. The companies passed the prices on to you because companies were crushing earnings reports. They weren't going to absorb that, and we saw that. But anyways, what was alarming to me was even stronger GDP forecast in the March projection. They even think it's when the growth rate is slowing down, they believe they underestimated GDP. Now, this is weird for me to see this data. All right. So again, the Fed is going the opposite direction on GDP, but the Fed is finally saying, yeah, we were wrong on inflation, so let's change our projection. But longer term, 2%. What does that mean for rate cuts? Well, we're still getting one rate cut this year, but the likelihood of it compared to the same stance last year is much less. We'll compare the dot plots to show you. Each one of these is a Fed committee member taking a vote. And another funny thing he said, which I thought was hilarious, was when they were like saying, how did you come up with those numbers? And he basically said, well, the Fed is a committee of people, and it's a bunch of people doing their own thing. And that's kind of what it is. Everybody has their own say. So, that's why the data is what it is. He totally pushed it on the members. We were off because everybody's doing their independent calculations, and they came up with what they came up with. So whatever. Anyways, I thought that was funny that he pushed it on to, well, there's just 19 of us all doing our own independent work. So obviously the data is going to vary. What a bullshit answer. Anywho, the average rate 3.5 to 3.7 where we are. This is where everybody voted. This is from December. People thought that from December to from 2025 to 2026, the rates would be like this. So everybody was voting. There was a lot of people voting, we need to go lower rates. And a lot of people had that stance of we need to go lower rates. The mean, which is really the important factor, is where kind of the middle of everybody is. And the middle of everybody is right here, which is basically one rate cut. Each one of these hashed lines is a 25 basis point cut. So while they were very distributed for 2026, there was a 3, a 4, a 4, a 4, and a 2, and all the way down here. We're probably going to get one rate cut for 2026. Now look at the change once they've acknowledged inflation. You want to see the difference? Let me put them side by side for you. Remember, I said this report is pretty good to understand, but you really only need to kind of pay attention to this page if you care about the rate cuts. This in the first page, page 4, and page 1. Look at the difference. Here's the left. Here's the right. 2026 does not look like what it did with all these people at 3 and 2.5 and even a 2. Look at 2026 now. There is nobody at 2. There's just a couple of people at 3. So the outliers, right? In the overall spread of everybody voting, a lot of outliers were convinced, nope, we're not going that low anymore. So you can see the difference. A lot of these outliers for the longer term, there's not a lot of people ducking us below 2.5. You can see going forward, 2.5 is it. So those 4 or 5 people that were down here, have shifted their stance of nope, inflation's going up. We gotta keep the rates higher. So now for 2026, the median is again at 3.25. Although there's more people here now, looks like a spinning top. Looks like the top from the end of Inception, the movie. You can see it was a very wide distribution from 4 to 2. I'll draw it right here. It looked like this, right? This is what it looked like. And now everybody is consolidated here. And then for the most part, the median is roughly, I would say probably still here-ish and then here-ish. So between now and 2028, we are getting 2 cuts total in 2 years. That's 1 a year. That's it. We might get 1 in 2026. We might get 1 in 2027 or 2028. But in the longer run, at best, 3 rate cuts, long haul. So it is basically it's not a change in the expected rate cut per year as we had here. It was the same average over the long run. However, the proof here is that if you were to look at every single committee member, the ones that were very aggressive at cutting rates have now stepped back. The ones that were still like rates need to go higher didn't budge. Look at here, the people at the top, the people closer to 4, they're still up there. There's 6, 3, 2, and 2, and you go up here closer to 4. A few people have ducked down to like 375. There's like 1 instead of 2, but the majority of the low have come to the median. Just a couple of the highs have gone to the median. There are more people on the side of the fence of stricter policy rather than looser policy. So the Fed is shifting towards higher rates for longer, even though it's the same number of rate cuts. The sentiment is changing. Before I go further, chat, do we understand that? More people that are like lower for longer have drastically changed. Somebody at 2 is now at 3. That's a point of difference. Somebody at 4 is now at 375. That's a quarter point. The people that are high ducked off a quarter point. For the longer term, people that are low raised their vote about a whole point. So there are more people jumping ship to the higher rate from their stance rather than that. So the drastic shift is more towards more restrictive policy, right? So because of that, this market's doomed until the Fed says otherwise. And because of that, at the end of the day yesterday, I told myself, I'm going to lock it in. We are now going full-fledged bear market. We are now going to sell off. I'm even thinking of shorting until the end of the day. That is kind of what I want to do. I've been shorting these pops all day long because of that. And I firmly believe that this market's dead as of today, and then we're going to sell off tomorrow into expiration. Tomorrow's red candle, I don't even think it's going to have any kind of chop. I think the chop was over. I think we're now destined for 3 or 4 days of selling. Couple of things are happening. Number one, gold is collapsing. Gold is also collapsing because the Fed is acknowledging inflation. Gold is a hedge against inflation. And the Fed is acknowledging that tariffs are just a one-time pass-through and that over 3 years. See, the Fed is saying problems now, but cool later. So Wall Street's going to have problems now and be cool later. We got a year of maybe selling in Wall Street. That's fine on the stock market. But the Fed's saying longer-term outlook, it's not going to change. Inflation is just a one-time thing, according to Powell. And so because of that, gold immediately collapsed as well and has been selling. Because if there's no long-term inflation, there's no long-term need to hold gold. The Fed is acknowledging that the tariffs are going to be one and done. And then when Trump leaves office, it's probably not going to be a problem anymore. And because of that, gold is absolutely collapsing. And so we see that. And then another thing is that we've got oil kind of rallying a little bit because of the stimulating effect of the war in Iran. But I'm going to tell you guys, the war is not going to have the same impact it had when it had the first shock. The stock market's not going to become volatile and crash and rally because of the war anymore. It's now selling off for the fundamental reasons that Wall Street got right back in December. The data is just bad, and we're going to have inflation for longer, and Wall Street's done with it. So I think we're continuing to sell even as early as today. Why is NQ protecting 450 like it's going to lose a kidney? Monthly expiration, bro. It's tomorrow. That's it. Tomorrow's monthly expiration, and it's just bleeding. It's bleeding put data into it. We'll probably sell really heavily tonight into tomorrow. And I kind of even want to like take a small MHP rejection bet today. Like I keep wanting to pull my trigger each time it's dipped below MHP. to basically like short it off of that. And let me just put like a small short on it because I'm kind of done with this. I want this to close at lows today. I have to trade smaller though because I'm really convinced that I'm convinced it's selling off, but I can't trade like 50 contracts or 40 contracts anymore. Yeah, so NQ is just they're just bleeding a little bit of theta into tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is a big expiration. I think tomorrow we just sell off. Like tonight we open, we sell. Like this was just a pause. Tonight we probably hit this path and keep pulling back. Like I'm gonna give you an example of what I think is gonna happen. And maybe I'm wrong. We could close differently. I could be proven wrong. Let me get a clean chart here. But let me put like a 4 hour. Let me condense this a little bit. I am fully convinced that this is the start of the sell-off. I think that we do this. Like I think, and then we finally lose it. Like we basically channel lower and then we drop. It's flush and volatility's picking up. I mean, you can just see it. I mean, it's in front of your face and there's some massive liquidation going on in gold. It's that same problem, right? When you had gold sell off the first time, the index just sold off as well because people are getting squeezed, right? You're seeing all kind of weird effects going on. I haven't even checked Bitcoin today, but I probably would say that Bitcoin's probably in a crash state as well because Bitcoin also was like a hedge against inflation or whatever. It's the same shit. Bitcoin and gold are lined up with each other, which is exactly what you'd expect to see, right? It's the same commentary, right? When Fed is acknowledging there's no long-term inflation, both gold and Bitcoin should be selling off, right? This is basic fundamentals 101. Nothing is off course here. Everything's falling what you want. But this massive liquidation is just going to cause more liquidity issues in the index, which could possibly cause more selling pressure. Now, again, let me draw what I think we might see today. Doesn't it just feel, it has a feeling, right? I know every time it's done lows like this, I always tell myself, it's probably just going to be like we get this random surprise news pop and then we end up back here and like undoing that and selling off. I'm now abandoning that thought. I'm firmly believing that we are accelerating lower and lower and lower. Look at this acceleration like this. You can see it, right? I feel like we're channeling through this and we're going to lose our shit tomorrow. And again, not investment advice, but I'm not betting on we have this surprise end of the day rally, pre-expiration squeeze. I think the market is done shopping as of yesterday's Powell commentary. It's secure in my mind, in my opinion, it has secured the path of the market all the way through at least next month and then some. We're back down to 22,200 at least. Again, I'm just speculating. This chop, I think, is finally done. The Fed has acknowledged bad economic data. When you hear that, I've been trading long enough to know that you never fight the Fed. And the Fed, while the longer term is good, the shorter term is bad. Okay. So let's turn that into like dollars and cents, right? What do I think the index is going to look like? And so let me just scribble out something and maybe you can say, so the longer term is good. So longer term, we're back on path, maybe here. But shorter term, I mean, it can be just kind of like this, right? Like, and we take all year to go back to highs and then we sort of build and build and build and build and build and then start to pick up some steam. I literally think it's going to be something like this. I don't know. But that's what I'm thinking. Like basically this consolidate this. You traditional chartists would call that a bear flag or something. I don't know. I don't like to do stuff like that, but you can kind of see it, right? Whatever this distance is, we all know how to do that same sort of basic charting stuff. If we break, it's that distance lower, and that's why I estimate that we will kind of go through that area right there over the course of maybe 2 months. And then we're back to like doing this. And then by the end of the fall, end of the year, we're back to here. By the end of the year, we're testing highs, try to sell again. And then next year we're rallying. I really think that's it. And again, you guys get this. It's kind of cool if you guys have followed my trading since, I've been on the show. You get to see how my sentiments changed, right? And you get to see how I don't just overnight say, yep, it's bearish, we're dying. But you can follow all my tweets and all my commentary here. It was like, bull market, we're going higher, we're going higher. Then here for a while, I was telling you guys, we're probably going to stall for a little bit. It could stall for years. I remember I brought up the 60s. I was like, it can probably stall like it did. We have no idea how it's going to stall. People aren't buying even though there's good data. Maybe they'll buy at the beginning of the year. Maybe the shutdown scared them out of it. They locked in profits. Maybe beginning of the year they'll buy. Beginning of the year came back, they didn't buy. Beginning of the year came in, earnings were beat, and they still didn't buy. They sold every pop. And now I'm like, okay, here after earnings season, I was like, yeah, this market's coming down. And then how low is it coming down? We don't know. But when the Fed started coming through and we had new rounds of economic data that were bad, worse data. Now the Fed is confirmed bad economic data as well. Now I'm convinced it's moving. So you see how I transition my bias to match the conditions of the market. I'm never looking at this and going like, oh, it's the high time to short, or it's the low time to buy. I'm literally trying to follow what the market conditions are to make that decision. Now, this can just rally crazy. I got my finger on the button here, but I kind of do want to take the bet that the last 2 hours of the day are kind of a frenzy. If gold continues to sell and Bitcoin continues to sell, we continue to put people in a squeeze, that this does not close at highs or break through this channel that it's making here. And you guys are going to laugh because I'm about to draw a trend line, but the market is certainly pricing lower because stocks are pricing lower. And if NVIDIA and other stocks continue to push lower for the day and we close out there, we're going to find lower lows. So I'm up 60K today in profit. I'm now sort of like, somebody said, Matt has a big mouth, but he puts his money where it is. That's true. You can't have a small mouth and be a trader. You got to have a big mouth. You got to be able to have a, you got to be loud mouth. You got to be tough. You got to have thick skin. Oh yeah, 100%. That's it. Well, that's my speech, you guys. Tori Kamachi wanted her trend line back. Yeah, I've been shorting every pop. That's why I've been making a lot of this money today. I made money last night on the long, and I made most of my money today, kind of a mix of the two. But the later 2 or 3 trades I made were shorting. So last night I longed here, made some money, and then this morning I tried to buy the dip, took some losses, then made it back buying the dip, and then I've been shorting ever since here. I've been shorting off of this sort of accelerating lower highs. So this is a bad place fundamentally to short from, technically to short from, unless you just believe the market's toast. Technically speaking, I always like to short from highs. I'm just now in the boat of I sense this acceleration. It does not feel like it's breaking highs because everybody see that curvature I'm drawing. And again, if it breaks this and goes up, then I can just stop pretty quickly. But does everybody see that it's curving? We all see that? Can y'all see the curve? Look at the curve. Look at the curve. It's speeding up its fall. VIX is climbing. It's finding lower and lower lows faster and lower highs faster. It's curving. It's an incredible curve. Now, if it breaks out of this, then I can just stop pretty clean. But it can accelerate further, and I got to be careful with my trade. Like since I cut the balance out, I took most of the profit out. I can't go trade 20 contracts anymore, so I can't leverage pretty big. Probably here 10 is about the highest I'll go, and 4 is about a medium trade. So like I said, I'm feeling it out. And if we just move, even Trump came through and threw out some good news today about the war. He said we're not sending troops out. It's going to end pretty soon. You know, we're not invoking an export ban. You know, things are fine. And you know, the market rallied a little bit, and then here, I think it was here, and I shorted it. Wherever that news was. It doesn't have the impact it did before. I don't think we're going to get a Iran-based effect that's going to kick the market to highs anymore, other than a ceasefire. Other than that, I'm just shorting every pop just to continue the acceleration lower. And I think that's the appropriate trade, but we'll see. Yeah. Too many buyers are bidding 450, not giving you a flush. It is, right? And you're seeing, and again, this is just that sort of pre-expiration stuff. But I mean, we are consolidating lower than yesterday's low. That's extremely bearish, especially with the amount of volatility that we've seen, and we're breaking monthly hedge pressure. My bet is that we just close down in here by today, and maybe that so happens. All of our indicators are bearish again. DD ratio is the lowest it's been in an entire year. 0.16, guys, on Rocket Scooter. On the big sell-offs we had this last month or two, we've seen it as low as like 30, maybe 40 or 30. We woke up this morning, it was 0.08. It's the lowest I've seen it since the last recession. It's pretty, you don't ever see it in single digits. That was alarming, right? Monthly resilience and all your other resiliences are negative. S&P, barely positive NASDAQ, and that's kind of why it's holding here, because some of the stocks are holding on, but that's it. And we look at the stocks. Meta has an MHP break to the downside, so does Tesla. Everything else is just holding where it was. So yeah. Like NVIDIA is a big part of why we're not selling off. NVIDIA is holding monthly hedge pressure like a champ. Any bounce rally from here is an opportunity to short if it breaks out of the curve. Yeah. So like I'm saying is like, when I look at it like this, you can see that the market is trying to price lower. So it's very simple to invalidate. If we break out of here, I'm not going to try to short it back down, not from highs from there. That's a true genuine break. But you can see the consolidation is lower and lower and lower. So the trajectory is lower. And so as it pops, it overshoots, it pops, it overshoots, it pops, it overshoots. And it's going to maintain lower lows is what I feel. And you can just feel it starting to build lower and lower and lower and lower pressure. Lower highs accelerating lower, right? So it's pretty simple mindset. I don't normally short at lows. This is the first time you're going to see me do something like this. Or short from consolidation. I always tell you guys, whenever markets are consolidating, I never short. I always wait for the pop and sell it off. But the pop is to there. That's it. So if it pops to there, I'll add to the position right about 500. But I'm done with it from there. So at 500, at most I can lose on this 4 contracts is $5,000. I'm up 60K. That's 8%, 112. Not a big deal of my gain. So anyways, MHP break for the first time in a long time. You're seeing me chase a short position finally on MHP break, and I haven't done that in a while. But I am certainly convinced that this market's dead. Now with monthly expiration tomorrow, we could have a mechanical squeeze or something that can maybe like change my stance on what the heck just happened to my S&P chart. It's weird. Let me refresh this page. Woo! Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my data. Well, who knows what's going on here? My candles aren't showing up. Maybe if I open up like a 5-minute chart. There we go. Let's just leave that on there. Yeah, like I feel lower DD band is in order for today. For the S&P. So we'll see. You can go below DD band today? I think so. Yeah, I think that today it does. Watching volatility still climb, still climb for the last couple days has me believing. Like as long as VIX is continuing to push higher, which I think we'll get to 26 by Monday, this is just going to be it's going to accelerate from here. I love when I get it right. I feel like I got it right today. I'm glad you guys tune in. Do y'all like the show, MyFundedTV? Is this show helpful to you guys? Not just mine, but the whole channel. We have such a growing community. Even my segment of the stream, I feel like every month we have more viewers. It makes me happy that we can bring some good market alpha to y'all. Like do y'all enjoy the format? Do y'all enjoy like what the hosts do? Do you enjoy like the trading talk, the fundamentals? Like, is this helpful to you guys? I was just curious because we seem to be growing, so hopefully we're doing something right. But you guys have any tips or pointers for me, or something you like me to cover, or something you like us to change? Just let us know. Let us know if there's anything you guys want to see different or whatever. Somebody said, honestly, Matt, you're a godsend. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Blesses you with 5K real quick. All right. 5K in your hand. I try to talk about the fundamental stuff, which is always like, I know as a trader, we all just want to make quick money and let's look at the charts. Fundamentals, my first couple years of trading, I avoided. I was such I'm nerdy, but that was too nerdy for me. I was like, nerds, who cares about that, bro? Just give me the charts, give me the levels, like interest rates and all this stuff, GDP, who cares about that? I can see it on the chart. I realized over the years, understanding fundamentals was a big part of my success rate. And honestly, it's the hardest thing to learn because there's so much that goes into it. But the trick is just knowing the little bit you need to know for what you're trading. It's pretty straightforward with the S&P. pretty straightforward with NASDAQ, what you need to know, Fed, CPI, non-farms. You learn it within like a couple months of trading. You get into the rhythm of what you need to know. The problem is it's just really hard to know what you need to know and how it impacts. It just takes experience with the numbers to know how Wall Street behaves in certain environments. And just to acknowledge that it's mostly unpredictable what Wall Street's going to do. But then being able to like make these judgment calls like I'm making today, like, okay, you know, the Fed acknowledged bad news. Wall Street was expecting, you know, even before the Fed acknowledged it, we guessed it, right? This part of speculating is to guess your fundamentals right. And, you know, I'm not blowing up my account yesterday trying to buy the dip as the market's crashing. As I'm sitting there at the end of the day, like, well, Fed sealed the fate of the market. Maybe Wall Street didn't see what I saw was that the Fed was overly optimistic in December. And I told you guys that speech 2 days before, and I said, you can clip it and quote me because I'll be right. That Powell's going to spend a lot of time in that press conference defending why the numbers are different now. Because people are going to ask, what about now? What about now? Your numbers are different. You said there was inflation was coming down in December, but in March you say it's going up. Why'd you get it wrong? You'd have to defend why they got it wrong. We nailed it, didn't we? We all said that. We said that here on this channel before the meeting, for the press conference, for the announcement. So the reason you want to invest in fundamentals is because of that. You want to learn this because when these things happen, you made a better judgment call than the traders around you. Trust me when I say these knuckleheads you see on Twitter or whatever, trading off the charts, they're not making millions of bucks, all right? They're not out there crushing it every day. They're not making smarter decisions than you. They're just gambling off the charts. But when you actually have a good grasp of these fundamentals, you can make better decisions, right? Better, bigger, biased decisions, right? And I try to teach the fundamental part of things in like a way that's like not this palatable. Because when I was learning it, I was like, oh, this is so boring. This is so nerdy. I don't care about this data, right? But when you learn it, it doesn't take long to learn and it's not that much to learn. And I try to at least teach it in a way that you guys can absorb. And if you like the way I teach, throw some thumbs up in chat because I try to bring these ultra complex topics that when you're on CNBC, it's just background noise, right? You hear these talking heads talk about this stuff and you're just like, I don't care about this, right? You should, but you don't want to because it's information overload, right? So at least here, my goal is to bring you guys that info in a way that makes it easy to understand, like simple analogies. That way you don't miss out on it. You know what I'm saying? So I think people have like patted me on the back and said the way I teach fundamentals is probably one of the best they've heard it. But again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but there's a reason I think that people say that. And it's because I can bring that complexity to a simple to understand way that you have patience for, right? You freaking Adderall chomping Gen X kids freaking sitting there like, what do I need to make the trades? I don't have any patience. I know, like I'm a millennial. I don't have any patience. So I know you guys don't have patience if you're even younger than me or Gen Z kids, sorry. Like, you know, I get it. Nobody has patience for it, right? But at least to give you that sort of, you know, let's give it to you as cliff notes as possible. What is this drop again? Just what I said. We're probably going to find lower lows for the day. Looks like my trade's taken off $64,000 today in profit. Somebody said, I have a way to make complicated macro concepts into easy to understand. So please keep teaching the macro in context of the price action. Okay. I didn't know if that was actually being helpful to you guys. Sometimes I don't have a trade. I kind of bring a lesson to the table or something, right? And another cool question is like, how did I learn this, right? And I never learned any of this by going to school. There wasn't like a YouTube video that's like, these are the fundamentals you need to know. 100% everything that I teach you guys just comes from my experience with dealing with it myself. I started reading, when I start trading, everybody does this, right? Yeah, I got an economic calendar in front of your face. You know, you got it out there. Invest, like, here we go, economic calendar. You know, every day something comes up. Are all these news events important? Some of them are, some of them aren't. Some of them move the market a lot. Some of them the market ignores as a whole, right? You spend enough time with this, you're going to figure out what usually matters to Wall Street and what doesn't. And after you spend a couple months with this, you'll realize there's really only like 5 or 6 things that are really important. Wall Street cares about PCE, PPI, CPI, non-farms, Fed. It's the same stuff. Jolts sometimes when that's important. Not all things are important all the time. Like the continuing jobless claims, they're reported every single week. I can't remember a time ever that the market moved on continuing jobless claims unless we're in a recession. How do I know all this stuff? Well, just trading for 16 years, you pick it up and you realize, well, this environment, we're more sensitive to this. This other environment, we're going to ignore, what's going on. Like the beige book, we don't care about that unless that's important in the news at that moment in time, right? We care about what's going on with whatever's topical, but some things apply all the time. Just kind of depends, right? Every single thing is going to have its own, the Fed balance sheet. Like, when's that important? Well, in periods of quantitative tightening and quantitative easing and transitioning between the two, you're going to care more about the balance sheet of the Fed than you are any normal day-to-day Thursday or whatever day it comes out. Any point I'm saying is that the longer you spend with this, I learned everything I do know from just being in it and like clicking on these things like crude oil inventories at 9:30. What is that? Click on the button. It should bring up a page that tells me what it is. The EIA, crude oil inventories, blah, blah, blah. Teach me this, teach me that. And this was before ChatGPT was around. I pretty much learned everything I needed to know from this website and then Googling further to find out more about it. And then experience just tells me like, when you do this long enough, you'll find out when Wall Street cares about things and when they don't. Do I want to take profit or do I want to hold for lower? Let's hold for lower. Why is it, somebody said, that investing and trading are technically distinct? Studies find that specific behaviors such as day trading share the same psychological characteristics as problem gambling. It's because it's short-term investing. The thing that you're pointing at is it's the shorter time it is between when you make a bet and when you make a return, the more patternistic it leans towards what gambling is. Gambling is a very short investment. So pure gambling is you put money, you win, put money, you lose. It's just like a lottery. Buy the ticket, you win, buy the ticket, you lose. The time between that, there's no game you're playing. You seal the deal, you get the decision, you're done. Lottery is pure gambling. There's no skill involved. The longer that you're invested in something, the more that you have the chance to apply skill to it. So the more of a skill-based application, the less gambling it tends to be. So the longer time that you're in something, the less it resembles pure gambling. Now, day trading, people are in and out. You're putting less thought into something that's shorter term. Therefore, it's more prone to having the same, the same, I guess I'd say, like proclivities as gambling would have, right? Because those characteristics will show themselves. The less people put into thinking about the investment, then the more prone they are to shorter. And also another mathematical reason for that is on shorter terms, there's more noise, and noise is random. And so the more that you're making bets on randomness, the more you're just flipping a coin and playing random game. So things trend over longer term period of time. If you were to zoom out on the S&P goes up over hundreds of years. But in shorter time frames, the S&P just chops around. So noise is less seen on the longer term scale than on the shorter term scale. The market is less random on a longer term scale. The market certainly trends up the more you zoom out. So the longer your investment strategy, the more you're trading on a fundamental certainty that the market goes up. You're actually trading with skill when you invest because your horizon is further in the distance. Does this make sense? The smaller the time frame, i.e. day trading, the more you're just trading noise. So the more you're trading randomness. There is no trends all the time on the smaller time frame. Hopefully that answers your question. Does everybody get what I'm saying there? The shorter the time frame, you're mostly just trading noise, which is like playing roulette. It's just flipping coins at that point. So the more you zoom out, the less noise there is, right? So that's basically the answer to that question. You actually are trending. You're going to zoom out on like a monthly chart, market just goes up. Dude, oh my God, I haven't seen this in a while. Look at all these lines I have from a million years ago. That was a catalyst lesson I was teaching. Okay. But yeah, longer term time frame, it just goes up. So there is strategy applied. The strategy is with certainty. I'm 100% certain that 100 years from now, we'll be higher than we are today with 100% certainty. So on a 100-year time horizon, I'm 100% guaranteed to win. There's no gambling at that point. Your odds go up. No. If a price pump were to close the trade, where I drew that sort of like path here, like this. Today, it'll be MHP break. So right about there. Yeah. So that's a great question, right? Yeah. Day trading resembles gambling a lot because people are trading on ICT concepts on 1 minute charts and stuff. You look at that kind of stuff and you're just gambling at that point. You're just playing noise. You're playing roulette with the noise of the data. People that trade within like 3 or 4 ticks of each other is strictly gambling, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. If anybody's got a strategy to make 1 or 2 points on the market, they are a gambling addict. There's no other way to say it. There is no strategy on such a short-term time frame. This is 1 or 2 traders making a decision to kick it all around like this. It's not the bulk of Wall Street. There's no trend in that. It's just noise. Yeah. So there is no strategy on these tiny little time frames. So yep, the faster you're in and out, the more you're just playing random games. 100%. I like that conversation. 30-minute time frame is the basis for auction theory, somebody said. Value migrates as a result. So no, in theory, you're incorrect, but fun. You have no idea what you're talking about. Auction theory. Listen to this. Auction theory. You guys don't come up with the goofiest shit. There's no such thing. Auction theory. Market moves on supply and demand, and that's constant. There's no time frame of supply and demand. Nobody goes, it's 9:30, time to buy the stock. So there's no timing. The only time the market operates on 30-minute intervals is at market open, European close, and market close. Those operates on the half-hour increment, and that's the only time the half hour actually matters. Nothing special happens in 30-minute bursts. Listen, you guys can say what you want. Don't try to teach me day trading. If it works, then I'm glad I've met other millionaire traders that use it. Let's be real. I don't use any of that random stuff. Anyways, nothing happens on a 30-minute time frame. There's no such thing. People invent constructs to explain things that they see, but there's nothing special happening. You can explain it with something physical that's happening, like a market maker is doing something, this other thing is doing what's happening on an interval. Well, answer that. Like, I'll ask you that question. I pose a theory to you. Tell me what happens on 30 minutes. Explain it. Tell me what happens on a 30-minute interval. Like, explain physically, right? On a 30-minute interval, what physically happens? Well, if the market opens, right? But what happens within 30 minutes that makes people act on the market? The market's just a bunch of random action, right? There's nothing special about a 5-minute, 20-minute, 30-minute. This market is random all the time. You don't have to agree with me, but you guys can agree with Jim Simons. He said the same exact thing. I'm regurgitating what he used to teach. And he ran the most successful hedge fund in the history of hedge funds. He also believed the market was random. Did I piss off some ICT trader? I didn't mean to do that. Anyways, there's a lot of people that believe what they're doing means a lot and it's meaningful to them. By all means, you can explore the market the way that you want, but a market is purely chaos, as there's no structure other than the mechanical parts that keep it in control, like the CME group, margin requirements, things like that, risk intervals, hedging. Like, these are things that people do consistently, but I think that the answer to that question was when I said what happens on 30-minute time frames. Somebody says the market is random. Are you insane? You're an idiot. Value happens on 30 minutes. What? Like, what does that even mean? Like, translate that to English. Like, are people buying or selling? Like, yeah, it's what people are considering for charting concepts. But in general, what you're saying is like, what happens physically? Like, physically, right? You walk into a room of people and there's people wanting to buy and wanting to sell something. What special is happening on 30 minutes? Do humans in 30 minutes go, oh shit, half an hour has gone by, time to do something? Like, let's just ask, like, logically, right? Because this is how you learn the stock market, logically. Do you think humans and hedge funds operate on specific time intervals? I'm going to dispel the whole candle theory in about 1 minute. Just logically, do you think you're going to sit there as a trader and say, well, half an hour happened, I got to dump 1 million shares of Apple. My boss told me to do that. So let me make my decision every half hour. I'll make a decision. If your boss walks in and says, sell Apple now, you're going to sell Apple now. You know what I mean? Nothing magical happens on time intervals other than the fact that markets open and close. You might get some activity into open or close, but Market profile concepts. Yeah, anything related to chart tries to assign structure to noise. That's what charting is. A charting can choose a random interval to choose anything on. You can design anything you want on a chart, but there's nothing that people are doing in bulk. You know what I'm saying? I could design anything around any time frame and try to curve fit randomness to my heart extent, but nothing in the behavior of candles is anything other than pure chaos. If you think that's weird to say that, I consistently make money in the stock market with that assumption that there is nothing but pure chaos. So it's kind of, it doesn't mean that you can't make money and there's consistency somewhere, but my entire philosophy, and I might be the most profitable trader you guys watch, is the same as the biggest hedge fund winner in the history of hedge funds. It's that the market's chaos. It's mathematical chaos. It's completely random. And if you understand that, you're going to trade so much better. Yeah. Market profile and auction theory. Yeah, you guys put a lot of value into whatever concepts you want to learn. I always tell you to finalize like a conversation like this is to look long and hard in the mirror. All you have to do is ask yourself how many years you've been trading with some concept and how profitable you are with it. If the truth is you aren't profitable with that concept, maybe take a stance of maybe it doesn't work. Yeah, it's about moving averages on time frames. Already when you use words like moving averages and time frames, I'm already lost. Yeah. Yeah, so there's no auction theory at all. Like what happens in stock market is that orders go through and supply and demand imbalances try to find buyers and sellers as best they can. That's something mechanically that this machine does all the time. This machine here is trying to find buyers or sellers for the order flow. The order flow that comes in is completely random. The machine that's trying to match orders, well, it's behaving on a principle of an auction. It's not a theory. Auction's a fact. Your bid and ask is actually an auction. You're seeing people quoting a price and trying to bet on a quote and stuff, or trying to buy on a quote. So there's like, you're seeing an auctioning process, but it's the real-time order flow that comes into the market is completely random, right? So people are going to buy and sell at whatever whim they're doing it from different walks of life, from different points on the planet. But yeah, if you're subscribing to a theory and you're not making a lot of money trading, maybe start focusing your energies on something else. How do you fix lack of discipline? Practice. Long amounts of practice. Yeah. Why is this crash not as fast or bad as 2008, 2001? Because 2008 and 2001 had banks that were over leveraged at jeopardy of failing. And this, we don't have a situation like that where essentially like a worsening market condition can cause worsening economic condition, like a domino effect of failure. Housing market collapsed, then the exposed banks collapsed on top of it. Here, we don't really have banks that are extremely exposed like they were in 2008. Yeah. If a trader fails to do delivery of shares, it goes for auction. Trader has to buy the shares and auction profit, the loss and do delivery, but this is done by broker. Yeah, you guys are talking about some technical things in the back end. But yeah, no, somebody, Jan is like, yeah, nah, bro, the market moves because there's a fair value gap in order block from a unicorn or correlating asset with an S&P divergence. Yeah, like, you know, there's this scene in A Beautiful Mind where he's walking around with a clipboard, watching the pigeons fight over. Wait. Trey D is one of my guys. If you don't mind, unblocking him, he's actually he's trolling me just to be funny. Sometimes my guys like to troll me because that's what we do in our own chat, but they're actually good trolls. They're just being funny. So yeah, there's a scene of Beautiful Mind, right? He's walking around, You know, they're all playing chess or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, what's John Nash? Who's that? Oh, he's the mysterious North Carolina genius." And they're like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm trying to extract an algorithm for these pigeons. I'm kind of with my unique theory." And he's like writing this stuff down. They're watching him stare at a bunch of birds fighting over breadcrumbs. He's trying to extract an algorithm, right, on what they're going to do next. And he kind of drove himself crazy. He was schizophrenic to begin with, but he kind of dove into his madness, trying so hard, trying to assign patterns to noise. You're gonna, as a genius, you're gonna sort of like destroy your mind trying to find a pattern when there isn't one, right? There is no algorithm to be extracted as to pigeons fighting over breadcrumbs. And I feel like a lot of traders is what they do. Every single thing in the market somehow has to be assigned meaning, and there's some meaning to all of it. I advise you, as you're learning trading, take a looser stance. If you take the argument that the stock market is more random than it's not, you will find techniques that line up with that philosophy that could likely be the answer to what's missing in your trading diet. Every single thing I hear that's being taught out there is that every single candle has meaning. I see people draw these things. They're like, here's the wick, here's the liquidity sweep, here's this, here's the test, here's that. They literally have a definition for every single up and every single down and every single wiggle and every single wobble has a name. There's a list of names you have to read to learn how this market worked. And I'm just like, you're kind of trying to find an algorithm for pigeons fighting over breadcrumbs, right? And I look at that and I go, and again, somebody earlier said I'm an idiot. That's fine. I'm a mathematician, so I'm coming from a mathematical perspective. Agree to disagree. I don't know what your background is. It's probably not mathematics, because any mathematician will look at the stock market and see that there's a fair bit of randomness to it. It's just the arguments that agree of randomness. There are some structure points that I actually have found some that I trade with that make a lot of sense. There's reasons for things. Like, why is MHP? It's not because the candle does this or the value does this or the price does this or the time does this. It's literally where a cluster of options exists, and people that are exposed to those options will be trading there. So it creates activity. When you touch hedge pressure, there's a guaranteed high volume pivot. It's not random, it's guaranteed. This part is guaranteed. So I'm exploiting something by having a mechanism that is structure in the market. I'm exploiting the fact that a lot of people are hedging their options right here. My bet is right here. So you can find some structure that makes sense, but you have to be able to explain why it's happening. You can't have circular logic to explain why it's happening. Well, it's happening because the chart says it's happening. That's called a fallacy, right? This is happening because people are hedging options. There's a why, like why there's volume here because people are hedging options. Why does the market go up? Well, because the candles say it should go up. Therefore, the candles should go up because the candles say they should go up. So if that's the case, then the candles moving up should say the candles are moving up and say they're moving up and moving up, moving up. And the candles should just go up to infinity. The candles had the ability to predict themselves, right? If the momentum suggested further momentum, then the momentum would never stop. And in fact, in mathematical sense, if something suggests itself, which is the first order solution of an ordinary differential equation, the answer to something suggesting itself is the equation we all use to calculate interest, which is something accelerates to infinity and becomes infinitely large. So if something were to further recursively suggest itself over and over and over again, it would infinitely go higher. Because it doesn't do that, one can safely assume the stock market has no self-predicting behavior, or else it would keep going up forever. Because it went up, it should still go up, right? But it comes down. So in reality, the assumption should be most of it's unpredictable. And if you take that stance, like I say, and start exploring methods that take that stance, you might find that could be the missing piece, what you've been doing. If you're trying to assign a label to every single wobble and wiggle on a candle chart, you're probably just gambling. All right, I'll see you guys later. Come to my channel, type that link that Abby's putting in chat. Check us out. We'll be live on the Rocket Scooter channel for the rest of the afternoon. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in, my friends. Great conversation. Sorry, I pissed off a couple of chart pattern traders. My bad. But hey, man, it's Wall Street. We all got our opinions, and that's okay. It's okay to have a differing one. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye.